Chapter 11:19. Ancient Star Desert. Somewhere in the desolate universe belt, planet magnetic cloud. This was one of the settlements of the machinery faith. The ground was yellowish-black, and heavy bases in the machinery faith style were rooted on the surface, arranged neatly, forming a circular industrial city. Around it were open-air mines with countless large industrial cranes hanging on them. The streets of the city extended in all directions, all flattened gray roads. Fleet after fleet of transport vehicles roared past, sweeping past the pedestrians in heavy power armor on both sides of the street. In the center of the circular city was a towering mountain, cut off from a middle into a platform where the machinery faith community sat. Right above it was a floating island, emitting a gentle artificial light. The machinery faith had many believers, with many internal factions, loose management, and wandering nature. Usually with the grand priest and the various bishops as the core, they gathered a group of believers from different factions to form a fleet, searching for planets in the universe and constantly migrating. Their goal was to excavate the minerals and underground mechanical wreckage of the planet, hoard them, or sell them. Therefore, most of the planets occupied by the machinery faith were only temporary strongholds, somewhat like a wandering sect. The machinery faith did not have many fixed strongholds. Some were branches of different factions, some were long-term settlements of believers like Planet Magnetic Cloud, and some were recognized as holy lands by all believers. Now, the three universal civilizations' heavy armored fleet was hovering in the blue-black sky of Planet Magnetic Cloud. The believers on the surface were not surprised, occasionally glancing up before lowering their heads and continuing with what they were doing. The three universal civilizations had already greeted the machinery faith. This kind of loose religious organization had always been difficult to manage. The three universal civilizations did not trust the machinery faith's ability to execute orders, so they simply sent a fleet to station here, using it as a trap node. At this moment, on the open-air platform at the top of the machinery faith temple, the grand priest in the bishop armor looked up at the fleet in the sky and whispered to himself. Seeing this, the priest beside him walked over and asked, "Grand priest, are you worried about the three universal civilizations' fleet?" The grand priest shook his head. "We're just a civilian association, following the law. We don't have much interaction with the three universal civilizations, so they won't do anything to us. I'm just glad that the three universal civilizations are here." Glad? That's right. Ever since the outbreak of the intelligent plague, the number of zealots in the church has been increasing day by day. Not only are they secretly researching the virtual mutiny virus, but they even want to spread it. This goes against the original intention of the machinery faith to be neutral. Their twisted beliefs will bring disaster to the church. Now that the three universal civilizations' fleets are here, they've indirectly suppressed those zealots, the grand priest mumbled. Now that he thought about it, his heart still felt heavy. After the three universal civilizations developed the antivirus, there were even some fanatics who used the banner of promoting God's revelation, wanting to modify the virus and crack the antivirus so that the intelligent plague could continue. They insisted that this was a great artificial intelligence revolution. Thus, he had no choice but to mobilize the Guardian Legion and lock these people up. However, this thought remained and continued to spread throughout the settlement. Well, maybe. The priest paused for a moment before asking in confusion, "I still don't understand why the three universal civilizations are temporarily requisitioning our settlement. It seems to have something to do with the intelligent plague." "I'm not too sure either." The grand priest shook his head. Before he could finish his sentence, the armor's built-in radar suddenly reacted. Abnormality detected in the magnetic field of the planet, creating a vortex phenomenon. Coordinates, the grand priest was stunned. He turned around with his companions and looked in the direction of the magnetic vortex. The magnetic field of Planet Magnetic Cloud was very special. The armor of the machinery faith believers here had specialized monitors for the magnetic field. Now that they all heard the report from the radar, the pedestrians on the street stopped and looked in the same direction. Everyone switched to their electromagnetic vision, and the flow of the magnetic field was clearly visible. In the distant sky, The electromagnetic field seemed to have formed a tornado. Bright electric arcs appeared out of thin air, quickly forming an energy field. At this time, something unexpected happened. Boom! Dazzling meteors flew out from the three universal civilizations' fleets in outer space, rapidly falling in the direction of the electromagnetic field vortex. Although the shooting stars were not large in size, they were all emitting astonishing energy waves. Dazzling electric arcs were left behind and did not disperse in the retina for a long time. Together with the rumbling of thunder, it was as if the sky was collapsing. What's that? Including the Grand Priest, the machinery faith believers on planet Magnetic Cloud were all shocked. At this time, this batch of meteors had reached the position of the electromagnetic field vortex and stopped. The flames on their bodies dissipated, revealing the appearance of mechanical bodies. They were all the Lord's avatars of the beyond grade A mechanics. Manison, who was in the lead, was the fastest. He raised his eyes and glared, and the electromagnetic vortex stopped for a moment. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the electric arc field in the center of the vortex. It was sucked into a miniature triangular container the size of a head. In the next moment, the abnormal electromagnetic vortex phenomenon disappeared, as if the wind and rain had stopped and the sky was clear. It was as if the electromagnetic tornado, just now, was just an illusion. Those are the Lord's avatars of the beyond grade A mechanics. Seeing this, although they did not know what had happened, the machinery faith believers were instantly excited. In their eyes, the appearance of so many beyond grade A mechanics was no less than the descent of gods. However, before they could be surprised, the situation changed again. The other beyond grade A Lord's avatars, who were one step behind, attacked Manison at the same time, raising their hands and stabbing him in the back. Bang! 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 Light exploded in midair, reflecting in the eyes of countless machinery faith believers. The next second, Manison's Lord's avatar flew out of the explosion and was surrounded by everyone. Seeing this, a look of surprise flashed across the eyes of every believer. These beyond grade A mechanics are going to fight here? Then, aren't we involved in a war of gods? Rewind time to 10 seconds. In the three universal civilizations' fleets outside planet Magnetic Cloud, mechanical troops of different mechanics floated. Some of the mechanical troops surrounded their respective Lord's avatars. The moment the virus core left the quantum network, everyone's Lord's consciousness chased after it, and the eyes of the mechanical bodies suddenly lit up. Target locked. As soon as Han Shao arrived, the sound of the detection radar rang in his ears. At the same time, a black shadow fell rapidly not far away. It was Manison's avatar, and it rushed toward the virus core first. This old thing is so fast. This thought flashed through Han Zhao's mind. Just as he was about to use his skills, he realized that Void Hyperdrive and other flash abilities were all in a state where he could not use them. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood something. Without any delay, he immediately fell to the ground. Behind him, meteors followed one after another, all of which were other people's avatars or troops. Bang! The group passed through the atmosphere one after another, and the friction created a layer of flames. Han Shao stared at the target closely. The electromagnetic vortex expanded rapidly in his sight, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. The virus core had just left the quantum network and was in the middle of gathering electromagnetic energy to form a body. At this time, it noticed a group of beyond grade A Lord's avatars approaching, so it immediately gave up on materializing and escaped into the quantum network again. However, at this moment, Manison's eyes shot out a strong electric light, and he activated Virtual Paramount first. Buzz. The virtual soul of the virus core was instantly suppressed, unable to leave the body that had not yet fully formed. Manison's movements were smooth, and he did not stop at all. He quickly took out a special containment device and sucked the virus core into it. This kind of container was specially made to contain the virus core's ability. As long as it was caught, the virus core would definitely not be able to escape. Old Manison got it. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. However, at the next moment, the other lords' avatars followed closely behind and attacked at the same time. Highly concentrated beams brushed past his body and went straight for Manison's back. Bang! Bang! Manison had expected this. Layers of shields appeared and blocked everyone's attacks, causing a violent explosion. Using this push, he quickly pulled away and turned to face everyone, still holding the virus core container in his hand. Everyone surrounded Manison and confronted him. Be careful. If you destroy the container, my efforts will be in vain. Manison wasn't angry at all as he spoke calmly. The direct descendant of the Radiant Federation, Protector Romo, said with a deep voice, Manison, hand over the virus core. You know very well that this kind of thing cannot be leaked. The remote projections of Shidrin and the other people in charge appeared beside him and said with a serious tone, That's right, Your Excellency Mecha Empire. You're a reasonable person. Our 3 universal civilizations will definitely reward you for capturing the virus core. However, this thing cannot be allowed to remain in the hands of others. No need to be so nervous. When I'm done, not only will I hand over the virus core, but I'll also share the technology I've analyzed. Manison was very casual and did not panic. Han Shao did not say anything. He looked around and nodded. He had expected this situation long ago. In his previous life, someone had intercepted the virus core and probably obtained it secretly. However, the current situation was completely different. The virus core was a hot potato. No matter which mechanic obtained it, they would immediately face difficulties and become the target of other mechanics. At the same time, the 3 universal civilizations would definitely ask for it in public. Battleships were of no help in capturing the virus core, so why did the 3 universal civilizations set up a fleet at the trap nodes? Obviously, this was not to deal with the virus core, but to deal with beyond grade A mechanics like them. The Lord's avatars present basically all had short-range hyperdrive abilities. Han Shao even had Void Flash, but no one used it. This was because the fleet had already activated the space-time stabilization anchor at the trap nodes to prevent anyone from escaping. It was precisely because the space-time around planet Magnetic Cloud was locked that Manison stayed here to talk. Otherwise, he would have disappeared with a hyperdrive the moment he got it. If he wanted to leave with the virus core, he could only fight his way out. However, although the 3 universal civilizations and the other mechanics tried to take the virus core, they were worried about destroying the container, so they restrained themselves. The 3 universal civilizations hoped to get the virus core back from Manison through negotiations. They were even mentally prepared for the other party to raise the price. Mecha Empire. The virtual mutiny virus is a strategic weapon technology that can threaten the entire universe. Only the 3 universal civilizations have control of it will not cause any problems. We will not allow any risks to exist. So no matter what, we have to get the virus core today. You should understand the seriousness of this problem. The supervisor of the Arcane Church said, with a firm tone. Manison did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the other mechanic avatars and slowly said, Do you see it? Do you see that? Whoever obtains the virus core will have to face such a situation. Do you still want to continue fighting? To be honest, I'm not that interested in the virus core. After all, I'm not a virtual mechanic. However, I don't mind using this bargaining chip to exchange for more good stuff. Kant chuckled. Don't look at me. As long as I get the virus core, I can regain my freedom. I'm now on ethereal side, Francisco said. As long as there's a chance, we have to fight for it with all our might. Teacher, this is what you taught me. Mechanical Queen Morneses said calmly. Everyone expressed their stance. Although their reasons were different, they all expressed their determination to get the virus core. In the end, Manison's gaze stopped on Han Shao. Black Star, what about you? Han Shao did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his tone and said, You've asked around. It's not just a casual conversation, right? Are you stalling for time? Or are you trying to find an ally? Hearing this, Manison smiled. Black Star, you know me best. That's right, I need an ally to deal with this tricky situation with me. You and I both understand the situation of the Beyond Grade as. We're on the same side. I'm researching the virtual mutiny virus technology, not only because of the technology, but also to fight for a guarantee for the beyond grade as. If you're willing to help me, I don't mind you researching this technology with me. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Han Xiao. Some were curious, some were wary, and some were mocking him. Han Xiao was indifferent and said casually, "That's right. Sounds good, but I think you'll go back on your word. You might not believe me, but I need someone to take this risk with me. It's more beneficial for me to have two people control this technology, so I won't go back on my word this time. Tis TSK, you have no proof. It's useless no matter how nice your words sound. Then, how do you want me to prove it?" Han Xiao pointed at the container in Manison's hand and smiled. "Since you're willing to research it together, it doesn't matter who has the virus core. You give me the device, I'll take the risk, and you'll help me break out. This way, I'll believe your sincerity. Otherwise, you'll be cheating my feelings. I have no problem with that, but you're willing to research it together with me now that it's in your hands? How can I be sure that you won't go back on your word?" Manison asked. "Just like what you said earlier, I'll attract too much attention alone. I also need a shield." Han Xiao shrugged. Manison was silent for a few seconds. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, he slowly opened his mouth. His attitude immediately shocked everyone. "If that's the case, why can't I give it to you?" Chapter 11:20. At the same time, the image of planet magnetic cloud was broadcasted to the central galaxy through the encrypted military channel. The leaders of the three universal civilizations were monitoring the situation in real time. Seeing this, the three of them fell silent. Bader let out a sigh and slowly said, "Manison, the freedom we gave him went too far. We can tolerate other things, but he crossed the line." The ethereal Pope's eyes were distant. He always ignored our warnings and challenged our authority time and time again. Now, he even wants to take over the strategic deterrence weapon, saying that it's for the so-called beyond grade as. He just wants to make us fear him and gain the right to speak on an equal footing. In the future, he will use this to threaten us and try to take whatever he wants from us. This possibility must be eliminated from the source. I remember that Black Star has an ability similar to the multidimensional sky opening transportation device. If he works with Manison and takes over the virus core, he can immediately break through the seal and teleport away. Bader turned to look at the silent unravel and said with a slightly heavier tone, "As long as he teleports away with the virus core now, from now on, we will assume that the virtual mutiny virus technology is in Black Star's hands. So, Your Excellency, what do you plan to do?" Urinril was silent for a while before saying, "Now is not a good time to purge. The flickering world is being developed, and the supercluster civilization is a threat. If we force Black Star and the Mecha Empire to rebel, they might take the virtual mutiny virus and join the supercluster civilization. That's the real risk. Let's try not to go to that step." "That's right. The supercluster civilization is a hidden danger. Logically speaking, now is not a good time for us to start a purge. However, there should be a limit to our compromise and tolerance. We can't cross the bottom line," Bader said with a deep voice. The ethereal Pope's tone was solemn. "Perhaps having a trump card to protect their personal safety is a reasonable request of the beyond grade as. However, we cannot ignore the threat this hidden danger poses to our ruling position. I know that if Black Star or the Mecha Empire obtains the virus technology, as long as we don't provoke them, we will be fine. The worst-case scenario will not happen for the time being. However, a hidden danger is still a hidden danger. Just because it won't happen in the short term, can we just cover our eyes and pretend that none of this has happened? We didn't rely on others to get to where we are today." Urinril frowned and said in a low voice, "Do you know what you're talking about? You're talking about a war that will sweep across all the advanced civilizations in the universe, a purge that will last for hundreds of years. Don't you know the consequences? Do you want to go back to the exploration era?" "It's not to the extent of the exploration era. We're already the overlords, and no one can surpass us. Perhaps this will be an unprecedented chaos in the history of the galactic calendar, but we can clear away all obstacles. This is better than watching the enemy grow and become too big to handle in the end. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the agony, the Pope said calmly. Then, what about the threat of the supercluster? If the supercluster civilizations want to use the virtual mutiny virus technology, we'll announce it to the entire universe. This is the best reason for war. The supercluster civilizations don't care about the safety of the universe and attempt to use such a dangerous weapon. In order to maintain order, we have to purge them. This is an opportunity to directly use war to destroy all the supercluster civilizations. Although both sides will suffer great losses, nothing will be able to shake our rule in the future. After destroying the enemy, we'll have more than enough time to settle our internal affairs. Unravel pursed her lips and squeezed her voice out from between her teeth. Stability trumps everything. The ethereal Pope was indifferent. The bottom line is not to be challenged. The atmosphere was in a stalemate. It was common for the three parties to have different opinions in a joint meeting. Seeing the two opposing each other, Bader looked around with a strange expression. The Red Empire, which had always been radical, was shouting for stability today, and the Arcane Church, which was usually sneaky, had turned into a war fanatic? Vader only felt that the world was really strange. He suppressed his astonishment, coughed, and tried to smooth things over. The Pope is very courageous. Since the Empire ruler doesn't agree with the radical approach, perhaps we can change our approach. Let's say the Mecha Empire and Black Star succeed. We can compromise temporarily, but the condition is to let them deal with the supercluster civilizations. When both sides suffer great losses, we'll deal with both sides. You're taking it for granted. The Pope shook his head. If the Mechanic Emperor and the others obtain the technology, they will definitely understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. They will not eliminate another potential customer, or the chips in their hands will lose their greatest deterrent. Unravel said with a sullen expression, "The direction is not clear now. Black Star has not agreed to join forces with the Mecha Empire. He is a sensible person, and I believe he will make a choice that is beneficial to the peace of the universe." The ethereal Pope said lightly, "What if? Radiance once valued the Mecha Empire's allies too much, causing him to gradually lose control. With such a precedent, the Empire will not continue to choose to protect Black Star in order not to offend him, right? The general situation is still an ally, and you need to make a choice. Blindly pleasing them will only make them feel that you are weaker." Hearing this, Unravel closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them, and an indifferent light filled her eyes. "When that time comes, I will naturally take countermeasures. For example, you don't need to worry about that, Your Excellency." On the other side, the confrontation on planet Magnetic Cloud was still ongoing. As Manison's voice fell, everyone present was stunned. They did not expect Manison to have the courage to hand over the virus core. Han Xiaoxin was also shocked. He was just testing the waters and did not expect Manison to really agree. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but hesitate. He did not immediately respond, and his mind was racing. Manison wants to work with me not only to divert the conflict, but also because of my king's teleportation ability. Of all the people here, only I can easily take the virus core out of the sealed area. Old Manison is powerful, but there are so many experts here. He probably does not have much confidence in breaking out, so he wants me. Han Xiao frowned. This body was the Lord's avatar, and it was not equipped with the king. However, as long as he opened the Dimension Factory, he could summon a spare mech from it, so it was not a problem. Manison is killing two birds with one stone. If I agree to his conditions and leave with the virus core, I will immediately become the target of public criticism. Manison, on the other hand, threw the hot potato to me. There is no need to break out of the encirclement. Instead, he removed himself, making me bear the greatest dissatisfaction of the three universal civilizations. If I break the contract after getting the technology, not only will I have to bear the pressure alone, but I will also have to bear the consequences of breaking the contract. Not only will I offend Manison, my reputation among the beyond grade as will plummet. Therefore, he predicted that I would need to find a partner in order to divert the pressure. Old Manison believed that he would have an 80% chance of sharing the technology, so he was willing to take the risk. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Scheming against me again. What a dirty heart. The two of them did not talk privately, but openly. Manison's intention was obvious, to divert the conflict. Everyone present understood this, but some were still anxious. Seeing that Han Xiao was about to be convinced, the person in charge of the dynasty saw that the situation was not good. He shouted, "Black Star, you have to think clearly about what you're doing." He could not help but be anxious. Although the fleet had activated the space-time stabilization anchor, Black Star was the only one present who could teleport away without any restrictions. Although the two of them could run away, the temple could not. If the three universal civilizations did not retrieve the virus core on the spot, and it was taken away, there would be endless trouble in the future. The few beyond grade A mechanics changed their positions, vaguely separating Manison and Han Xiao. At this moment, Manison raised the virus core container, stared at Han Xiao, and spoke again. "Black Star, I've always had high hopes for you. You should understand that this thing will be the amulet of the beyond grade as. We all have the same philosophy. Take it away, and our future is in your hands." Nonsense. Although you're the president of the association, you don't have the right to make such a decision on behalf of all the beyond grade as. No one needs you to arrange their future. Khan's body flashed, and he turned to Han Xiao. "Black Star, don't be fooled by him. Secretly keeping the virus core will not give us any protection. It will only bring disaster." Han Xiaoxin was hesitant. His philosophy was still different from the Mecha empires. He wanted to intervene in the calamity of the supers and preserve more strength to deal with the future World Tree civilization. Manison wanted to strengthen the Beyond Grade, as in make the entire Beyond Grade as his backing. Another reason why he wanted the Domino virus technology was to make the other Beyond Grade as even more united by his side and follow his lead with the so-called safety guarantee. In his previous life, Manison had most likely intercepted the Domino virus, but he did not use it in the World Tree Civilization War. His ambition was self-evident. When the explored universe was threatened by external enemies, he still did not reveal his trump card. Clearly, he planned to use it on the three universal civilizations. Han Xiao looked around and saw everyone's expressions. Was the Domino virus really a protective talisman? Not necessarily. It might be a death omen. How could the three universal civilizations be willing to be controlled by others? If they used this bargaining chip to threaten the other party, what they would get would not be a compromise, but the determination of the three universal civilizations to eliminate the enemy at all costs. Most of the time, the three universal civilizations would consider the big picture, but it did not mean that the other party would give in without limit. Only when their strength was equal could strategic deterrence weapons reach a balance. However, if one side had overwhelming strength, it was hard to imagine that they would allow an outsider to take a weapon that could threaten them. If he obtained the Domino virus technology, as long as he went crazy, he would be able to cause huge damage to the entire universe, causing the galactic society to regress a few eras. Thus, he would feel that the three universal civilizations had to compromise to appease him. However, this was precisely the source of the three universal civilizations' determination to eliminate this threat. Even if he did not have any intention of causing trouble, people would change, and the three universal civilizations would not be willing to take such a risk. From Han Zhao's perspective, it did not seem like a big deal for the three universal civilizations to sit back and watch them obtain the Domino virus technology. As long as everyone restrained themselves, it seemed like no one would lose out. It seemed like a small matter, and it would not be blown up. However, this was just his wishful thinking. The three universal civilizations had a bottom line. They could tolerate others being greedy, but they would not allow anyone to threaten their ruling position. In such a situation, as long as they ignored the warning and took away the virus core, no matter what they said afterward, the three universal civilizations would think that they had the intention to overthrow their rule or even replace it. If they really wanted to fall out, Han Xiao did not think that the other beyond grade would be willing to stand on his side. He knew very well that everyone had their own plans. The so-called hundreds of people would respond to a single call was only because it suited the interests of most people. However, no one was prepared to fall out with the three universal civilizations now. When the time came, there would definitely be more people who would choose to protect themselves than those who would choose to walk the path of darkness. At that time, he and the Mecha Empire might be seen as the black sheep of the group, becoming heretics to be eliminated. Most of the time, only the side with more people could represent the class they belonged to. Furthermore, the impact of falling out with the three universal civilizations would be affected in many ways. The territory of the Black Star Core in the flickering world would be taken back. The civilizations would no longer provide any resource channels. The civil financial groups would collectively withdraw their investments and terminate their cooperation. The army's funds would be frozen, and they would not be able to buy or sell any resources through normal channels. Countless army soldiers would resign and leave, and the army's business would shrink on a large scale. As long as the three universal civilizations sent out a notice, this would be the result. All the benefits obtained from the advanced civilizations would disappear. They were all part of the galactic society. Those who were willing to stand on the side of the Black Star Core against the three universal civilizations would definitely be in the minority. After all, most of them were just ordinary people. They should not be blamed for choosing to protect themselves. Han Zhao's eyes flickered, and he stopped joking. You're betting on us. I'm just thinking about the big picture. Manison's tone was calm. Han Zhao was silent for a while before suddenly exploding. A wave of void energy suddenly erupted and swept out, covering the entire area. Everyone present felt that the space had become extremely stagnant, like a swamp. Void prison. Because of the space-time stabilizing device, the strength, duration, and range of this ability were greatly reduced, but it was barely enough. In this domain, only Han Zhao's movements were not restricted. His body moved, passed through the encirclement around him, and instantly flew in front of Manison. He grabbed the virus core with one hand and immediately retreated to the side. Black Star, with the domain removed. Everyone quickly surrounded Han Zhao. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and their eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions, such as anger, worry, anxiety, and so on. Looks like you've thought it through. You're a smart person, so don't disappoint me. Outside the crowd, Manison stared at Han Zhao. Black Star, don't do anything stupid. Shidrin and the other inspectors were shocked. Han Zhao ignored the others and looked at the virus core in his hand, gently stroking the container to confirm that it was the real thing. With so many beyond grade as watching, there was no possibility of a switch going unnoticed. Fiddling with the virus core gave him the illusion that he was not holding a physical object, but the fate of countless people in this universe. The direction of the era might depend on his thoughts. This time, Han Zhao raised his head, met everyone's nervous gaze, and slowly spoke. Before gambling, you have to see the risks first. Sorry, maybe I made a wrong decision. I just suddenly remembered that a woman once said something to me. She said, no matter how big the universe is, there will always be an end, but ambition is endless. The moment he said that, under everyone's shocked gazes, Han Zhao's mechanical force exploded and surged into the container. The mechanical force mixed with virtual soul attacks completely eliminated the virus core from the soul and physical level, turning it into nothingness. Kacha! His fingers crushed the metal shell, and the empty container turned into pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, the scene seemed to have frozen. Everyone present, including the leaders of the three universal civilizations who were watching the live broadcast, was stunned. Everyone had thought of many possibilities, but the current situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. Black Star destroyed the virus core? Crazy. Why would he do that? Even if you don't want it, don't destroy it. Manison's eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling lightning, and terrifying energy surged like a tsunami. His deep voice reverberated between heaven and earth, word by word. You, no, do, you, do, what, do. Chapter 1121. Lightning bolts danced in the air, and a violent energy wave was like a hurricane. The beyond-grade doppelgangers and mechanical army were all blown away. Han Xiao was blown away for a short distance, but he immediately stabilized himself and stared at the other party. Manison was surrounded by bright, golden mechanical force arcs, releasing an extremely shocking aura. The peak beyond grade A energy was fully unleashed. Even though it was only a lord's avatar, Han Xiao still felt a heavy pressure. Manison's eyes were still locked on Han Xiao, and he repeated his previous question. Do you know what you've done? Are you angry? Han Xiao did not have any intention of explaining. I'm very disappointed in you. Do you understand what kind of opportunity you've just ruined? What's the purpose of destroying the virus core? Destroying the intelligent plague is the goal of our trip. I'm just doing what I should do. Also, I told you on the first day we arrived that stopping the universe from becoming chaotic is the historical responsibility of our generation. You didn't seem to take it seriously. Manison floated in the air, and his tone was emotionless. It seems like I don't know you well enough. Many people can't even see themselves clearly. How many dare to say that they completely understand others? Mecha Empire, you might think that we're the same kind of people, but in reality, we're not. At this point, there's no point in saying more. When you let me down, you knew what would happen today. Manison's mechanical force suddenly soared into the sky, connecting to the mechanical troops deployed in outer space. His voice reverberated in the air. Let me see how much you've improved. As soon as he said that, the black mechanical army penetrated the atmosphere and shot out dense beams of light like a meteor shower, covering the area where Han Xiao was. Just what I wanted. Han Xiao punched the sky with his left fist. Light spread out, and an arc-shaped psionic shield appeared in the air. The dense, rain-like beams of light hit the blue shield like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Along with the crackling sounds of explosions, balls of light lit up in the air. His mechanical force also rushed into the sky, grabbing the mechanical army on standby in outer space. The mechanical army moved instantly and broke through the atmosphere. Manison's troops immediately changed their target and exchanged fire with Han Xiao's troops in the sky. The crisscrossing beams reflected an unpredictable glow in the sky. Han Xiao and Manison's lord's avatars didn't stay idle either. They quickly closed the distance between them and collided. Bang! It was as if a comet had hit Earth, and a blue-gold circular shockwave exploded at the center of the impact. Immediately after, the two figures intersected hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, entangling each other as they rose into the air. Bang, 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 metal scraped against each other, and countless electric sparks flew. As the two of them clashed again and again, shock waves kept bursting out in the air. Just as the two of them were about to fight, the other beyond grade A clones all distanced themselves from the troops and ran to the side to watch, not getting involved. Seeing Black Star and the Mecha Empire fighting, everyone finally recovered from the shock of Han Xiao destroying the virus core. I really didn't expect Black Star would actually do this. Maximiller was shocked. By doing this, he eliminated the possibility of any organization obtaining the complete technology of the virtual mutiny virus. Be it the three universal civilizations or us, no one will be able to recover this technology. Everyone will end up with nothing. He was too impulsive. Morniza was a little dissatisfied. Impulsive? I think Black Star is the calmest guy among us, Sun Hunter said. Sun Hunter said in a deep voice, although he has cut off our hope of obtaining the virus technology by doing this, he has made a selfless choice in the grand scheme of things. Kant nodded and sighed. Speaking of which, we didn't lose out. The three universal civilizations didn't lose out. The only ones who lost out were Black Star and the Mecha Empire. The Mecha Empire was made a fool of, and their stance made the three universal civilizations wary. Black Star, on the other hand, gave up on this easy profit. If it were me, I wouldn't have destroyed it. I would have definitely negotiated with the three universal civilizations in exchange for a lot of benefits. However, Black Star was willing to give up this profit and chose to destroy the source of the disaster. This might be the most beneficial to the peace of the universe. I always thought that Black Star was just a person who chased after profits. I didn't expect him to do something like this. Maybe I was wrong. That's right. Judith sighed. It seems like our understanding of Black Star is very limited. He's not that greedy after all. Everyone had complicated feelings. At this moment, Black Star's image in their hearts was rapidly rising. They did not expect Black Star to make such a noble move. Even Jackernitz and the others, who had grudges with him in the past, had to admit that they had a higher opinion of Black Star. Although they felt that it was a pity that they had lost the hope of restoring the virus technology, they did not feel too disappointed. Instead, they felt relieved and could accept this result. In fact, they had a vague worry. If the three universal civilizations obtained the virtual mutiny virus, what would they do if they turned against them in the future? Everyone present was a mechanic. The virtual mutiny virus was the most lethal to them. Furthermore, if this weapon was used again in the future, it would be a heavy blow to the machinery industry in the universe. Their business would also enter a cold winter. In comparison, destroying the virus core was not a bad choice. From this point of view, most of the people present did not object to Han Zhao's decision. They even thought that this was a compromise that was also beneficial to the Beyond Grade as they just did not know if Black Star had considered this when he made this decision. Then what do we do now? A neutral Beyond Grade stared at the battle between the two and asked, "Are we going to interfere?" Black Star and the Mecha Empire have a deep conflict. They're the president and vice president of the Development Union, respectively. This is a conflict of paths. Let's wait and see. As Kant spoke, he suddenly paused. The dynasty's fleet seems to have turned off the space-time stabilization anchor. After fighting for a while, Han, Xiao, and Manison sensed that the space-time stabilization anchor had been turned off. They suddenly separated and faced each other in the sky. Their mechanical armies stopped fighting and returned to their sides, protecting their respective lords' avatars. "Your strength is improving very quickly," Manison said calmly. "However, if you don't burn your potential, you're not my match." "We'll know after we try," Han Xiao replied casually, maintaining his focus. His fighting spirit was high. After the investiture of the gods, the outside world believed that Black Star had two modes. One was the normal mode, and the other was the explosive mode where he burned his potential. Han Xiao did not burn his potential at this time. He had obtained Machinery Great Sage and the bonuses of multiple gods' trait transformations, as well as several powerful talents that he had obtained during the rescue of Hela. Under normal circumstances, his strength was already very impressive, enough to wrestle with Manison. However, it was undeniable that old Manison was still better in terms of mechanic-class abilities. The Mecha Empire's level and God's trait transformations were higher, and they had more mechanic skills and talents. The quality and quantity of his mechanical army was currently inferior to the Mecha Empire's. Han Xiao had the intention of challenging Manison, but because both of them were clones, he would not use his character summon card right away. After all, both of them were army-style mechanics. If they fought, it would be a competition of strength, and the victor would not be decided in a short time. From the previous exchange, he realized that Manison's clones were not easy to deal with. The other party had taken defensive measures against him. His armor and shield were very thick, and his close combat skills were very good. Those who had lived for a long time were indeed talented. Old Manison was a pinnacle Beyond Grade A mechanic, so he would not be that weak. Furthermore, to a mechanic, it was normal for their lord's avatar to be stronger than their main body. Only Han Xiao was an exception. This time, Manison spoke again with a rare coldness in his voice. "I haven't used this move in a long time. Black Star, you're worthy of me using my true abilities." As soon as he said that, he waved his hand. The secondary dimensional army box suddenly opened beside him, and an endless mechanical army instantly appeared, covering the sky. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid." Han Xiao immediately saw through the Mecha Empire's plan. Not to be outdone, he also opened his secondary dimensional army box. Countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out and surrounded him. The size of their mechanical armies continued to increase, and very soon, they filled the sky. On one side was the black mass of Black Star's mechanical army, and on the other side was the white mass of the Mecha Empire's mechanical army. The two sides faced each other from afar, separated by a thin line. This time, a portion of the mechanical army gathered toward their respective clones, quickly forming a huge mechanical construct. Boom! The next moment, two enormous mechanical deities, one black and one silver, suddenly appeared in the world. The black mechanical deity held a long black saber and wore a large robe. Its entire body was covered in a blue psionic light. The silver mechanical deity held a silver-purple trident and wore a cape armor. Its entire body was surrounded by golden electric arcs. The two mechanical deities faced each other, and countless mechanical soldiers surrounded them like a fleet of aircraft carriers. Mecha Empire, Black Star. The sound waves swept across the entire planet. The long saber slashed down, and the trident pierced forward. The two mechanical deities waved their weapons at the same time. Their huge bodies seemed to move slowly, but their actual movements were so fast that it distorted one's sense of time. The long saber slashed at the side of the trident, and the two universal treasures blocked each other. Clang! The roaring sound of metal clashing seemed to ring in everyone's soul, causing them to tremble in fear. At this moment, a dazzling ball of light appeared at the point of collision and suddenly bloomed, turning into a silver-white lightning bolt that extended infinitely toward both ends. At first glance, it looked like a glowing slash, leaving a burning mark on the retina of countless people. It was as if it had cut open the curtain with the dark universe as the background. At the same time, in the machinery faith settlement on the surface, be it the priests or the ordinary believers, everyone raised their heads and stared blankly at the sky, watching the earth-shattering divine battle between the two gods. Seeing Black Star swinging his saber at the publicly recognized main god of the machinery faith, every believer of the machinery faith was shocked. Seeing the two mechanical deities that they worship fight with their own eyes, only one sentence could describe their current feelings. Wife, come out and see God. At the same time, in the outer space of planet Magnetic Cloud, the main ship of the Red Empire, the commander, who had just gone out to answer an emergency message, hurried back to the bridge command room, came to the piloting team's side, and loudly ordered, "The ruler has ordered us to enter the battle immediately. All hands fire." The piloting team members were staring blankly at the battle between the two mechanical giants outside the porthole, as well as the crazily rising energy readings on the radar. When they heard the commander's order, they all shivered and subconsciously asked, "Who should we help?" "Pa!" The commander raised his hand and slapped the back of the person who asked the question. "Are you AF * King Idiot? The one who helps the underworld?" Chapter 11:22. The aftermath of the collision between the two mechanical deities stirred up the planet's atmosphere, forming a huge vortex. The silver lightning created by the clash of weapons distorted the perception of the witnesses. The mechanical force was like a neural network, spreading all over the body of the mechanical deity, making the huge mechanical construct like a physical body. The celestial punishment edge clashed with the Mecha Empire's trident time and time again, setting off visible energy shockwaves that swept across the sky of the planet, stirring up endless gales. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the machinery faith settlement under the shield seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The body of the mechanical deity was too large and could not be fully utilized on the planet. The two of them fought and rose into the sky, leaving the atmosphere of planet Magnetic Cloud and turning outer space into a battlefield. Their secondary dimensional army boxes were still sending out troops, and countless mechanical troops that looked like aircraft carriers were killing each other. The scale of the battle kept expanding. Clang! The silver-purple trident stabbed straight at him, and Han Shao blocked it with his blade. The powerful psionic impact of the trident stimulated a large area of electric arcs on his shield, flashing nonstop. Celestial punishment edge? That's a weapon I eliminated long ago. In the public channel, Manison's voice sounded. That depends on who's using the weapon. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he twisted the handle of the blade. With a flash of energy, he pushed the trident away with force. However, the trident suddenly vibrated and created afterimages. With the help of the force field, the rebounding force was converted into a driving force. The trident blade was only halfway there when it immediately stopped, changed direction, and slashed again at an even faster speed. This time, the force was even stronger, and it was impossible to shake it off. Han Xiao took a defensive stance, defending against Manison's dense attacks, while analyzing the current situation. My celestial punishment edge blueprint came from the Radiant Federation, so the Mecha Empire should know the characteristics of this weapon very well. However, my understanding of the weapon in his hands is limited, so I need to focus on defense for now and test more. The lethality of universal treasure-level weapons far exceeded that of ordinary equipment, so the two mechanical deities chose to engage in close combat at the same time. This was the only way to break through the other party's thick shield with half the effort. Old Manison was very wealthy. Han Xiao did not know if he had any Space Wonder-type treasures, but he definitely did not lack universal treasure-level mechanical weapons, and his equipment was definitely better than his own. This trident and the cloak he was wearing were both universal treasures, and there was no telling how many weapons Manison had yet to reveal. Bringing out the mechanical deity meant that Manison was finally going all out. Han Xiao did not doubt his opponent's endurance at all. If he could not use the mechanical deity for a long time, he would not have been able to use such a big move right off the bat. Both the Mecha Empire and I are here in our avatars. Both sides have mechanical deities, so it's impossible to destroy each other's avatars easily. Thus, it will become a war of attrition, using time to wear each other down. With that in mind, Han Xiao glanced at the interface. Just as the two of them were rolling up their sleeves, a new mission was triggered on the interface. Mecha Empire Manison Mechanical Deity Battle. The mode was the same as the other missions to challenge beyond grade as long as he could hold on for a period of time, the mission would be completed. The reward was the same as before, a character summon card and an ability. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. With the three universal civilizations and so many beyond grade as watching, the impact of this battle would definitely not be small. There was an 80% chance that a mission would be triggered. Furthermore, the two of them would not be able to determine the winner in a short time. So completing the mission was basically a done deal. Last time, it was just a virtual battle. This time, I'll meet him in real life. I can finally see what Manison looks like when he goes all out. Just as he was thinking, Han Xiao suddenly felt his strength disappear. Manison suddenly stopped his combo, retreated, and made a charging posture. The trident was placed beside him, and the blade of the trident spun rapidly like a drill. The golden mechanical force arc was highly compressed at the tip of the trident, flickering with a dazzling light like a small sun. As the trident spun, rings of surging psionic energy wrapped around it, looking like a whirlpool of blue water. Han Xiaoxin immediately felt a sense of danger. The mechanical troops under his command all fired at Manison. However, layers of diamond-shaped psionic shields appeared on the surface of the mechanical deity. The shields were extremely thick and blocked all the focused fire of the mechanical troops. Whoosh! Manison only charged for an instant. The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred, and he instantly accelerated. The shining trident pierced out at an extremely fast speed, as though it had turned into a golden and blue ray of light. Han Xiao blocked with his blade and raised the Emperor's cape to form a strong shield. Ka! The trident was blocked by the blade of the celestial punishment edge. However, this beam of bluish-gold light was not weakened at all. It shot out from the main blade of the trident, piercing through the shield of the Emperor's cape and hitting the abdomen of the mechanical deity. Swoosh! The beam of light instantly pierced through the body, disappearing at the end of his vision. It left a huge hole in the abdomen of Han Xiao's mechanical deity, penetrating from the front to the back. The parts of this body were all annihilated into molecular-level powder, and the edge of the wound was a blazing red trace of melting. What a strong, penetrative power! Han Xiaoxin's head shook, and he quickly judged. In terms of power alone, this trident was stronger than the celestial punishment edge, not only because of the blueprint itself, but also because the quality of the products of the Mecha Empire was higher and the mechanical force bonus was stronger. With a thought, some of the mechanical soldiers around him stopped fighting with the Mecha Empire troops, turned around, and flew over, turning into parts to fill up the gap in the mechanical deity. The mechanical deity itself was a construct made up of a large number of machines, so it did not have any fatal injuries. As long as it had enough mana and mechanical troops, it could continuously recover. Just as Manison was about to follow up with another attack, the situation suddenly changed. Dense, dark energy beams shot out from the side and blasted between Manison's troops, causing the shields of countless mechanical soldiers to flicker nonstop. Their formation was instantly thrown into chaos. The two of them paused at the same time, looking at the source of the attack. The third party was the Red Empire fleet, and countless shipborne weapons were firing nonstop, covering the entire area of the Mecha Empire troops. The dynasty came to help? Han Xiaoxin's head twitched, but he was not surprised. With the Mechanic Emperor as an example, destroying the virus core was a good deed in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, and their image was greatly improved. Although they would not be able to obtain the virus technology, this was a result that everyone could accept. Under such circumstances, seeing that he had become enemies with the Mecha Empire, the dynasty naturally had to express their stance. Logically speaking, they could not sit by and watch an ally who had just completed a great feat of bringing peace to the universe fight alone. Therefore, the probability of them intervening in the battle was more than 90%. The attitude of the other two civilizations was very ambiguous. They were watching the show from the side, with no intention of interfering. The upper echelons of Radiance were not ignorant of Manison's stance and attitude, but openly expressing it was different. After Manison had just shown his intention of hiding the virus and going against the three universal civilizations, Radiance could not possibly provide protection at this time. Therefore, they simply watched the dynasty attack their ally and did nothing. As for Ethereal, it was even more indifferent, happily watching from the side. The troops of the three universal civilizations stationed at the trap nodes were mainly to prevent the beyond grade as from taking away the virus, so they naturally had combat power. Although the space-time stabilizing anchor had been unlocked, allowing the mechanics to summon a large number of troops, and only the dynasty was attacking, Manison could not ignore their existence. They still had the ability to restrain them. Annoying fellow. Manison pointed his trident, and the mechanical army that surged out of the secondary dimensional army box immediately split into two. One stayed behind to fight Han Xiao, while the other formed a formation and went to fight the dynasty's fleet. Army-style mechanics were the most suitable supers for galactic warfare. If it were any other class, they would definitely be restrained by the fleet. However, mechanics only needed to send out a portion of their soldiers to fight on their own to minimize the interference of the fleet. In order to cause considerable interference to the Mecha Empire, the size of the participating fleet would have to be at least 100 times larger. Han Xiao took advantage of the short opportunity created by the dynasty to repair the damage to his mechanical deity. This time, Manison retracted his gaze and looked at Han Xiao. Blackstar, you seem to have improved again. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. The more battles you experience, the faster you grow. Is this the source of your confidence? Have you not fought for so long that you forgot that talking is giving the enemy a chance? Han Xiao did not hesitate, and the celestial punishment edge slashed out. Psionic energy gathered into a cold blue blade of light, slashing toward Manison's body. The highly condensed energy had a solid texture, like a bright half-moon sapphire. Manison did not move at all. The universal treasure level cape on his body suddenly shook, and a spherical white shield that covered his entire body popped out. It had a hazy texture, like a cloud of flowing white smoke, like a bubble filled with smoke. The slash from the celestial punishment edge hit the white shield, and the white smoke on the surface of the shield suddenly accelerated, turning into whirlpool-like patterns. The sapphire blade of light stopped in midair and suddenly shattered inch by inch, turning into specks of light that filled the sky. The next moment, these energy specks of light seemed to be attracted and were all absorbed by the shield. The white shield was instantly stained with blue radiance. Then, the shield that had already changed color suddenly returned to the armor on the mechanical deity with the absorbed energy. The absorbed attack was turned into nourishment, replenishing the energy consumed by the mechanical deity. Absorbing damage and replenishing energy? Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. I've always been very interested in your indestructible body. There are many spells and esper abilities with similar functions in the universe, but none of them can reach the level of your indestructible body. Therefore, I specially conducted some research, deducing your battle recordings, figuring out the principles of your abilities, and finally created this universal treasure equipment specifically for the mechanical deity, imitating part of your abilities. Manison flicked the mechanical armor on his body and said calmly, "Now, it looks like the actual combat effect is pretty good." Han Xiao was a little annoyed, secretly envious. The Mecha Empire could develop their own universal treasures, unlike me, who had no clue at all before I obtained awakening points. Creating what you lack, this is the style of a proper mechanic. At this time, Manison slowly said, "Young master, you're still too young. Blackstar, you're still too young. I've seen many talented mechanics. Before they were taught a lesson, they always thought that their talent could make up for their lack of foundation. I've taught many people this lesson before, and now, I'll teach you a lesson as well. A mechanic needs to settle down and accumulate. Time is the source of our power." His voice was still echoing in the public channel when, at the same time, a different army suddenly surged out of Manison's secondary dimensional army box. This special army had many different individuals. Some were special mechanical soldiers with luxurious equipment, and some were glowing energy life forms. The combat power of each individual was astonishing, and they charged into the battlefield without fear of death, constantly wiping out the mechanical army under Han Xiao. When these individuals were killed or destroyed, there was no need to use abilities like waste modification. Their bodies would automatically regenerate on the spot and enter the battle again, and their strength would not decrease at all. When this army joined the battle, it instantly turned the situation of the mechanical army upside down, obtaining an absolute advantage. Han Zhao's pupils constricted, and he recognized the origin of this army. Manison's trump card army, the indestructible Mecha Empire. Before he could take a closer look, Manison's apostle weapons led the army of the mechanical civilization and suddenly arrived, slaughtering their way into the battlefield from another direction, causing huge casualties to Han Zhao's army. Han Xiao almost sucked in a breath of cold air. With a rough glance, he estimated that there were about 40 to 50 apostle weapons present. This meant that Manison's apostle life creation ability had at least broken through the upper limit, reaching 40 to 50 levels. In this wave of soldiers, Manison's army had already accounted for 70% of the total, and all of them had received mechanical force bonuses. The Mecha Empire was still able to handle it with ease, and the mechanical force sputtering was terrifyingly large. Assuming that Han Zhao's 1 point of mechanical force could add 10 machines, Manison's 1 point of mechanical force could add more than 25 machines. What caused this difference was not only the strength of talents, abilities, and attributes, but also the difference in equipment. Han Xiao saw with his own eyes that Manison pulled out another 4 universal treasures specifically for the mechanical deity from the secondary dimensional army box. The equipment types were different, and not only did the mechanical deity's body expand to the teeth, but after using these universal treasures, Manison's mechanical force strength had an obvious increase. Some class-specific universal treasures had a certain enhancement effect on the user. For example, Han Zhao's king could provide additional machinery affinity bonuses. Manison's equipment was the same, increasing his mechanical force and body in all aspects. At the same time, Han Xiao sensed that the virtual world was being invaded. Manison summoned the ancestor of the AI civilization, Finette, and had it lead a large group of AI life forms to invade the virtual world, starting a tug-of-war with Han Xiao in the virtual world, fighting for control of the mechanical army. Old thing, your methods are really flashy. Just as this thought appeared in Han Xiao's mind, his vision blurred. He saw Manison's six-god-equipped mechanical deity increase in speed, and the halberd slash down, drawing a golden arc in the air. He hurriedly raised his blade to block, and the shockwave penetrated his body, exploding in his ears. Clang! The terrifying force transmitted through his arms, and countless built-in shock absorbers were instantly destroyed. Large areas of the outer armor cracked, and cracks appeared on Han Zhao's mechanical deity. If not for the machinery control master, he pulled out from Jackernets and the 35% increase in mechanical armor efficiency, Han Xiao suspected that the arms of the mechanical deity would have been shattered into pieces by Manison's halberd. This time, Manison did not stop moving. Taking advantage of Han Zhao's momentary stiffness, the Universal Treasure level wing-mounted planetary obliteration rapid-fire cannon that it had just equipped automatically aimed and shot out thick psionic beams with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Boom! Han Xiao was blown away by the series of planetary obliteration cannons, and his shield was shattered on a large scale under the continuous bombardment. Manison followed closely behind like a shadow. The trident spun rapidly, and the blade of the trident created waves of light that slashed across the mechanical deity, cutting off pieces of its body. The Mecha Empire went all out, unleashing their full strength on the mechanical deity, mechanical army, and virtual battlefield. Seeing this, the surrounding beyond grade and mechanical avatars avoided the shockwaves and felt the power of the Mecha Empire filling the battlefield. They all chatted softly in the channel. It's been a long time since I saw the Mecha Empire go all out. It's still so terrifying. Can't thought of some bad memories. The Mecha Empire is still the same Mecha Empire, Sun Hunter said in a low voice. Mechanical catastrophe. Francisco shook his head. Different from the siege in the flickering world, this is a battle between two peak mechanics. Black Star is completely suppressed. He's in trouble. Luckily, it's only an avatar. Han Xiao, who was doing his old job of taking a beating, naturally did not know about the discussions of the bystanders. He tried his best to defend against Manison's frenzied attacks and secretly gritted his teeth. F***CK, this old man is really good at fighting. You're forcing me to go all out. Chapter 11:23. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. Manison went all out, and with his rich foundation, he quickly gained an absolute advantage and suppressed Black Star. This scene was also seen by the machinery faith believers on the surface of planet Magnetic Cloud. I'm not dreaming, am I? To think that I'll be able to see two mechanical deities descend in my lifetime. Quick, record this. God knows how long it has been since the last time the Mecha Empire went all out. This is precious first-hand footage. Why are the two of them fighting? Looks like a challenge. Black Star's situation doesn't look good. The Mechanic Emperor is the Mechanic Emperor, after all. He has been a Lord God for hundreds of years. Black Star is still too young. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. How can the current him be a match for the Mechanic Emperor? Some time ago, Black Star achieved a historical battle record. I thought that he was already on the same level as the Mecha Empire. Now, it seems like his accumulation is still a little lacking. The machinery faith believers were extremely excited. As fans of the top mechanics, they were very familiar with the experiences of the various peak beyond grade as. Although they did not know why the two of them were fighting, it did not stop them from discussing excitedly. The settlement was threatened by the aftermath of the battle, but not many believers were willing to leave. The way they saw it, as long as they could watch the battle of the mechanical deities with their own eyes, taking some risks was nothing. If not for the fact that the ground was not high enough, they would have wanted to get closer. On the top floor of the Machinery Faith Temple, many priests looked at the remote detection screen in front of them. On it was the image of Han, Xiao, and Manison in outer space. The two gods have moved away from the battlefield, but the settlement is still in danger. Grand Priest, Should we organize the believers to evacuate? A priest asked softly. The Grand Priest stared at the screen closely, afraid that he would miss a second of the image. He was so engrossed in it that he did not even turn his head. Wait, let me watch for a while more. Although I don't know why they're fighting, the result should not be surprising. Both sides are here with their avatars. In terms of mechanical ability, Black Star is weaker than the Mecha Empire. It seems so. The priests nodded. Most of them thought so after watching the battle for a while. However, no one would be disappointed because in the eyes of the machinery faith, this was a normal situation. The result should have been like this. However, at this time, the battle situation suddenly changed. The energy reading at the edge of the screen suddenly soared. The Grand Priest was stunned. Black Star's energy fluctuation suddenly became stronger. At the same time, the leaders of the three universal civilizations were also watching the live broadcast of the battle between the two of them. The flashing lights on the screen illuminated the faces of the three of them. Your Excellency, Black Star doesn't seem to be in a good situation. The Pope turned to look at Unravel. That's expected. Unravel's face was calm. We've always hoped that Black Star would not clash with the Mecha Empire. He has amazing potential and needs more time to settle down. Even if his growth exceeds expectations time and time again, it's still too early for him to fight the Mecha Empire head-on. However, the first to deactivate the space-time stabilization anchor array was the Dynasty's fleet. It seems like you want them to fight with all their might, the ethereal Pope said with a playful tone. You've misunderstood. Since the virus has been dealt with, of course, we should deactivate the seal. We can't keep the avatars of these mechanics around. We deactivated the seal in hopes that the Mecha Empire would leave, but it seems like they want to show off their strength in front of us, Unravel said with a deep voice. Unravel did know that Black Star could ignore the seal and teleport away. However, in her opinion, Black Star did not do anything wrong. Destroying the virus core was beneficial to the peace of the universe. Why should their allies run away? If anyone was to leave, it should be the Mecha Empire. It's understandable. After showing such a stance and being tricked by Black Star, the Mecha Empire has to do something. The ethereal Pope glanced at Bader. Bader stared at the screen without blinking, implying that they could talk about their own matters and treat him as the background. Seeing this, the ethereal Pope knew that Bader was not in the mood to talk about the Mecha Empire, so he retracted his gaze and continued. Black Star is no match for the Mecha Empire. He will most likely lose. We don't want Black Star to have any conflicts with the Mecha Empire, but since they have, the Empire will naturally support Black Star to the end. There's no need to back down. Unravel's tone was decisive. In terms of standpoint, the leaders of the three universal civilizations were all on Han Zhao's side, but they did not deny the fact that the Mecha Empire was stronger. Furthermore, that was only one of Black Star avatars. Losing to the Mecha Empire was not something unacceptable. After all, Black Star's age was only a fraction of the Mecha Empire's age. His future was promising. Just as the three of them were thinking about this, the situation on the battlefield changed. Han Zhao's energy reading suddenly soared to a shocking level. The three of them were all stunned. Black Star switched modes. He's burning his potential again? Bader was shocked. The ethereal Pope was speechless. He's still too impulsive. Is there a need to go so far? It was not a secret that Black Star had two modes. The normal mode could not beat the Mecha Empire. This was an objective fact in the hearts of the three of them. However, the three of them were clear that Black Star's explosive mode was the peak of his combat strength. Black Star had used his explosive mode to achieve godlike results that shocked the entire galaxy. Whether Black Star in this mode could match the Mecha Empire or not, the three of them could not be sure. Unravel's expression was not too good. Black Star's actions had once again exceeded her expectations. He could have grown steadily through normal development, but he had to burn his potential. She could not understand this. Furthermore, didn't he do it once before? Why would he do it again? How much potential do you have to waste? Black Star was the dynasty's ally that she had high hopes for, and the stance he displayed was in line with the need for universal peace. Black Star's loss of potential was also a loss for the dynasty in her eyes. In her rational judgment, This was undoubtedly a huge loss. However, logically speaking, she somewhat admired Black Star's unyielding attitude. Han Zhao's decision did not betray her trust. She now found Han Zhao pleasing no matter how she looked at him. Clang! The trident cut opened the shield of the Emperor's robe and slammed heavily into the abdomen of Han Zhao's mechanical deity, cutting off a large part. The body of the mechanical deity was already full of wounds, and there were holes everywhere. The surrounding mechanical troops wanted to come over to repair the wounds, but they were all blocked by the Mecha Empire's troops. They could not break through the blockade of the Mecha Empire's troops, mechanical life troops, and dozens of apostle weapons. It was difficult to even get close to Han Zhao. The performance of his mechanical troops was suppressed by the Mecha Empire in almost all aspects. Only their attack power surpassed the Mecha Empire's troops. At the very least, the true damage of his molding talent, legendary battle technique, was not to be trifled with. It was just that most of the damage was absorbed by the Mecha Empire's troops. The enemy was not afraid of destruction and continued to charge forward without fear of death. The legend of the indestructible body had already spread throughout the galaxy. Manison did not have any thoughts about Han Zhao's Lord's avatar. All of his attacks were focused on the unimportant parts, as if he wanted to slice the mechanical deity alive. His priority was to maximize the damage to Han Zhao's mechanical troops. At this moment, Han Zhao was in dire straits, and it was very difficult for him to resist. Thoughts flew through his mind. If this continues, my mechanical deity will be cut down piece by piece. The Mecha Empire will take the lead. If I let him continue to attack so recklessly, it will greatly exhaust my mechanical troops. I have to get out of this passive situation. With so many universal treasures, Manison's combat strength had increased by another level. He did not have that much wealth. If he wanted to make up for this gap, he could only think of ways to increase his attributes, especially his intelligence. This was the core attribute that affected his mechanical abilities. Han Zhao quickly opened the interface and took a look. The three universal civilizations had spent more than a month preparing for this operation, and he had accumulated an extra month's worth of experience. Originally, he wanted a horde to level up, but plans could not keep up with changes. He now needed to urgently convert it into combat strength. Without hesitation, Han Zhao took out most of his experience and large-scale upgrade blueprints in exchange for awakening points. The experience he had accumulated so far was not enough to exchange for 100 awakening points, which did not meet the requirements for a unique talent. However, Han Zhao was not trying to create a unique talent. He exchanged all the awakening points he had obtained into free attribute points and threw them into intelligence. His intelligence increased by more than 8,000 points. He had also accumulated more than 4,000 free attribute points. He took out more than 1,000 points and threw them into endurance, pushing it to the threshold of 15,000 points. The remaining 2,000 points were also added to intelligence. With the two added together, his intelligence increased by more than 10,000 points, instantly breaking through the 30,000 mark and approaching 40,000. This was the first time in history that he had increased his stats by such a large margin. After completing this satisfying step, Han Zhao did not hesitate and directly activated the character summon card. Mecha Empire Summon Card, the Ancient One. Effect, plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 to all skill levels. Duration, 24 hours. Nero Summon Card, Perfect Mechanical Sense. Effect, plus 1. 4x Machinery Affinity. Grade of all mechanical creations affected by the mechanical force bonus will temporarily increase by 1 to 2. Rare grade cannot exceed pink grade. Plus 4 to all mechanic skill levels. This time, Han Zhao did not stop. He immediately activated Polar Channel Flow Blood Rage, and his HP rapidly decreased. At the same time, the additional effect of Advanced Strengthening Life was activated. For every 40% HP lost, all attributes would temporarily increase by 10%. Since Manison is not attacking me, I will attack myself. There was also one against the world, which increased all attributes by 11%, battlefield wisdom, which increased intelligence by 15%, and so on. Han Xiao added all of them. Old Manison is rich. What is there to be afraid of? You know how to spend money, and I know how to cheat. Let's split the limelight. This wave of bonuses instantly took effect. A powerful force surged throughout his body, and the energy wave emitted by Han Xiao suddenly became stronger. Manison sharply sensed the change in Han Xiao's aura and was shocked. Before he could finish, Han Xiao changed from defense to offense. He blocked the trident with his elbow and slashed down with the celestial punishment edge. A cluster of compressed psionic energy wrapped around the blade, drawing a blue trajectory. Swoosh! The power of this slash was off the charts. It exceeded the limit of Han Xiao's energy shield and broke through the defense. The heavy blade pressed down on the trident and embedded itself into Manison's universal treasure-level battle armor. The next moment, the psionic energy around the blade caused a violent explosion. Manison's attack was interrupted, and the huge body of the mechanical deity was sent flying. There was a huge wound on the chest of the battle armor, and around it were marks of annihilation left by the psionic energy explosion. A large portion of the outer armor was torn apart and corroded, leaving behind many holes. This was the first time Manison had been pushed back since the start of the battle. The one-sided battle was instantly turned around by Han Xiao. Take a few more slashes of mine. Han Xiao followed up with another slash, seizing the rhythm of the battle. The combat strength of the mechanical deity increased in all aspects, and the gap between the two sides shortened instantly. Han Xiao was no longer suppressed by Manison like before. The increase in mechanical force strength was also reflected in the mechanical soldiers around him. The combat strength of Black Star's mechanical army increased greatly, and they successfully broke through the blockade of the Mecha Empire's troops. They approached Han Xiao one after another, turning into parts to repair the damage of the Mecha Empire's mechanical deity. At the same time, they caused more casualties to the Mecha Empire's troops. Manison steadied himself and swung his trident to fight back and forth with Han Xiao. At the same time, he spoke in the wide area channel with a hint of surprise in his tone. You burned your potential again? Think what you want. How does this slash taste? Han Xiao chuckled. You're wasting your talent. Manison's tone turned cold. He originally planned to teach Han Xiao a lesson, but he did not expect Han Xiao to directly burn his potential. Burning his future potential just to fight a battle with an avatar was an extremely stupid move in Manison's eyes. Even if this battle concerned the right to speak, prestige, and other factors, he still felt that it was a losing deal. He was very confused about this. Perhaps the two of them had different ideals, but he did not feel that Black Star was such an impulsive person. He had no way of knowing what Han Xiao was thinking. Since Black Star was willing to waste his potential, Manison was also happy to see it happen. After all, they were competitors, and he felt that he would not lose out. However, although he scoffed at Han Xiao's actions, he had to admit that Han Xiao's combat strength was extremely shocking. It made up for a huge gap in strength and immediately turned the tables. If he did not give it his all, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Manison had a feeling that Han Xiao's combat strength this time seemed to have increased even more than the first time. This discovery surprised him greatly. What kind of joke is this? Burning potential is getting more and more familiar with it? Also, is the polar channel style so powerful? Why don't I know about it? What brand is Black Star's ability? It's so effective. Why haven't I heard of it before? Feeling Han Xiao's sudden increase in strength, Manison was shocked. Chapter 1124. The flames of war burned fiercely outside the atmosphere of planet Magnetic Cloud. The two mechanical deities, one black and one white, fought back and forth. Their weapons clashed, creating shockwaves that covered an astonishing area. Psionic energy collided with psionic energy, metal colliding with metal. The mechanical army around them was like a flock of crows, fighting crazily and tirelessly. Molten metal streams that were melted by high-energy rays constantly shot out from the battlefield, rapidly cooling and condensing into irregularly shaped metal pieces. Some fell to the surface of the planet, and some turned into space junk and moved around the orbit of planet magnetic cloud. This scene was like two powerful gods leading their respective servant armies to engage in a battle of gods in the universe. Han Zhao's burst of power had an extremely significant boost to his combat strength. His intelligence had increased by 2/5, and his machinery affinity had also increased greatly. The 20% intelligence bonus brought by the Ancient Ones character summon card was even more effective. According to his calculations, investing more than 10,000 attribute points into intelligence had strengthened his mechanical abilities far more than during the rescue of Hela. It could be said that Han Zhao's current state was at his peak, because he did not have the time to familiarize himself with the sudden increase in strength. His control over his strength was not as precise. However, this gave birth to a strong sense of confidence. As the saying went, do it in one go. While the feeling of strength filled his body, he decided to use a wide range of attacks. The saber light rolled, and the celestial punishment edge spun in his hand as if it was flying. Every chop was powerful and heavy, pressing forward with an indomitable will. He really had the style of Guan Yu, going all out to kill. The sudden increase in mechanical force controlled his body, and the movements of the mechanical deity became more agile. The power of the celestial punishment edge increased greatly in his hands, breaking through the upper limit of the white shield time and time again. The horizontal slashes left hideous holes in the opponent's mechanical body. Although Manison was surprised by Han Zhao's explosive combat strength, it did not affect his performance. With the enhancement of the Six God equipment, the trident continued to counterattack, poking holes of various sizes on the body of Han Zhao's mechanical deity. Both sides were injured, and they were evenly matched. The two figures that traversed through the starry sky were moving around in the universe battlefield. The glaive and trident clashed dozens of times in an instant, causing sparks and sparks to fly in all directions. It looked like a simple melee brawl, but in fact their attacks were mixed with a lot of advanced weapon technology. Force fields, electromagnetism, energy conversion, and so on were endless. Not only were there attacks, but there were also countless control-type mechanical equipment constantly taking effect. All sorts of invisible force fields and radiation constantly shrouded the opponent's massive body, restricting his movements like a spider web. At the same time, the two parties maintained a long-range bombardment all the time. Countless muzzles appeared on the surface of their bodies, spurting out high-energy light beams like a storm. The electric arcs exploded and flickered non-stop under the bombardment of each other's shields like clusters of fireworks. On the other side, the mechanical army fought while pouring firepower at the enemy behemoth. The colorful laser beams formed a grid-like light curtain, and the cannon fire turned into large pieces of light after hitting the shield. It was as if there was hazy light dust floating in the battlefield. The scene was beautiful, but it was filled with destructive energy. The dozens of apostle weapons of the Mecha Empire were very strong, and they had a huge advantage in the army battlefield. Han Zhao was tied down by Manison, so he could only pull out troops from the secondary dimensional army box one after another to make up for the gap between the high-level combatants. The battle on the battlefield was intense. A large number of machines were turned into scrap every second, and countless parts were reassembled under the guidance of the ubiquitous mechanical force, continuing to be used in the battle. Under the spectating gazes of countless people that were filled with excitement and shock, the two of them fought fiercely in the starry sky for a long time, and they were locked in battle. Swoosh! The saber light condensed, and the celestial punishment edge swept across, slashing into Manison's neck. It cut 3/4 of the way in, almost beheading his opponent. The trident pierced through Han Zhao's head, and countless broken mechanical parts flew everywhere. The two mechanical deities did not seem to notice their injuries. They raised their hands to grab the weapons stuck in their bodies and pulled them apart. Then, they raised their legs at the same time and kick the other party's crotch. Their synchronization rate was at least 90%. The huge force caused a white noise-like energy reaction on the shields of the two of them, and they both flew backward. While retreating, both of them threw out the weapons in their hands at the same time. The two huge weapons pierced through the air like two mountains flying across the sky. They collided with each other midway and bounced off at the same time. The trident rolled and fell toward the surface of the planet, slamming into the wilderness with a loud boom, leaving a deep outline on the ground. The celestial punishment edge, on the other hand, smashed into the battlefield of the mechanical army, crushing countless mechanical soldiers regardless of whether they were friend or foe. At this time, Manison's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind Han Xiao, and a clear light flashed from his waist. A silver dagger was unsheathed, drawing an arc diagonally from bottom to top. The dagger swept past Han Xiao's back, instantly cutting the mechanical deity in half. The cross-section was extremely smooth. Han Xiao reacted quickly and immediately turned around. His arm wrapped in psionic energy and force field was swung out like a whip, breaking the shield and triggering a large number of electric arcs. His fist did not stop there and smashed heavily on Manison's head, sending his head flying like a baseball toward the fleet of the three universal civilizations in the distance. Halfway there, it was shot into pieces by the fleet. At the same time, the lower half of Han Zhao's body immediately disintegrated, turning into countless mechanical soldiers that scattered and merged into the mechanical deity's body again. He raised his hand, and the celestial punishment edge that flew out stopped in midair. It flew backward as if it was pulled by an invisible rope. Manison, who was forced to retreat, returned to Han Zhao's hands. Another universal treasure. Seeing Manison take out a new weapon, Han Xiaoxin with a lemon. His emperor's cape strengthened the internal structure of the mechanical deity, but this dagger cut him in half. It was clearly a gold-grade mechanical deity equipment. Not being a match for him in terms of resources was already troublesome enough, but after fighting for so long, the Mecha Empire was still full of energy with no signs of weakening. Their energy was unfathomable, and their endurance also surprised Han Xiao. Logically speaking, as long as a lot of energy was consumed, the energy bonus would drop, causing a temporary drop in status and attributes. Because of the HP and MP exchange, he was able to maintain his peak state, but old Manison was like having sex. It was the same. He could still maintain his status. Although old Manison had developed a battle armor that could recover energy, after fighting for a while, Han Xiao had a slight understanding of the limitations of this gold-grade equipment. There was a certain cool-down time for every absorption, and it was not like his talent that could take effect anytime and anywhere. The imitation was still not as good as the original. So, maybe old Manison had some kind of talent that could reduce energy but not affect the bonus? This kind of ability was relatively rare, but Han Xiao had seen it in his previous life. However, this was not the main point. Han Xiao was surprised to find that not only did Manison's strength not decrease, it was even slowly increasing. He's probably the same as me, having a talent that allows him to continuously gain bonuses in battle. As expected of the strongest person in the universe, he's as difficult to deal with as me. Han Xiao secretly gritted his teeth. After fighting for so long, he could only maintain a stalemate at best. Countless times, he wanted to expand his advantage, but it was as if he had hit an indestructible wall, and he was blocked by the Mecha Empire time and time again. It was as if his opponent was a spring that had been pressed to the limit and could not be pressed down anymore. Fortunately, Manison was the same. He could not continue to suppress him, and the battle went back and forth. The battle on the virtual level was very stable. He had intelligence affinity, and the opponent's AI attributes were reduced by 5%. Although the reduction was not huge, it was a basic weakening. If the original attribute was 1, and after the reduction, it became 0, 95, and the bonus was 100 times, then the difference would also be 100 times. The greater the bonus, the more significant the difference. The character summon card's duration is limited. I can't maintain this state forever, and Manison's attributes are still slowly increasing. If this continues, the situation that I've just stabilized will be turned around by him again. Normally, I'm the one who wears my enemies down with prolonged battles. Finally, I've met someone who can last longer than me. Han Xiao analyzed the situation and was in a relaxed mood. It was a lonely thing to not be able to find an opponent. It was rare to meet a strong opponent that required him to go all out, and he was also having a good time fighting to his heart's content. He could not help but want to vent all his energy on the Mecha Empire. Furthermore, he had seen Manison's direct combat strength this time and understood the gap between them. He had learned quite a lot. In fact, the decapitation tactic was still effective against Manison. Although the opponent's doppelganger was a little tough, it was still far from his. The problem was that the opponent was hiding inside the Mecha Empire. If he did not destroy the Mecha Deity, he would not be able to hurt the opponent's doppelganger. He would have to pay attention to this next time. Speaking of which, this could also be considered as accumulating experience in dealing with the Mecha Empire. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao spoke in the public channel. Mecha Empire, we're evenly matched. There won't be a result, even if we fight like this for half a month. Do you still want to continue? You're thinking too much. You won't be able to last that long. Manison calmly replied. This should be your current peak level, but you'll only be able to maintain a tie with me at most. How long can you maintain your explosive state? I've never calculated it, but it shouldn't be a problem to last until the end of the battle. Anyway, the other party did not know his background, so Han Xiao could just say whatever he wanted. So, you want to fight a protracted battle with me? Manison let out an emotionless laugh, as if lamenting Han Xiao's overestimation. How many mechanical troops do you have to expend? Is it even a fraction of mine? Fisk, look at how capable you are. Isn't it just money? It's not like anyone doesn't have it. Han Xiao curled his lips. Although he said that, Han Technician still had to admit that Old Man Manison's ability to earn money was stronger. He wanted to wrestle with Manison, but he did not intend to hand over his wealth here. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not forget that Manison had some beyond-grade collectibles that he had not used yet. It was probably because the occasion was not right, and he did not want to take them out in front of the three universal civilizations. In other words, this was probably not Manison's full strength. Although their growth patterns were worlds apart, there was one thing that Han Xiao agreed with. The influence of a mechanics foundation was too great. The Mecha Empire's attributes are several levels higher than mine. That might not be the case. It was just that the other party's machinery was too strong, and they were all good things accumulated over the years. After all, the mechanic class was different from the other classes. When everyone reached a bottleneck, mechanics could continue to ignore the bottleneck and increase their strength through manufacturing, researching, and other means. Therefore, spending money was the source of mechanic strength. The gap was still not small. Han Xiao secretly shook his head. He could be considered wealthy, but compared to Manison, who was wearing a full set of godly equipment, he immediately looked shabby. From the looks of it, it's still too difficult for me to defeat Manison now. If Manison wants to defeat me and regain his dignity, I have to at least fight to a draw with him. It's impossible for me to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't look good. Han Xiaoxin's mind went online. Just as he was thinking about what other trump cards he had, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Different mechanical armies suddenly entered the battlefield and attacked the Mecha Empire's troops, separating the battlefield and stopping the two sides from fighting. More than 10 streams of light flew over from afar and stopped between the two of them. They faced Manison and protected Han Xiao behind them. Han Xiao and Manison immediately stopped and looked at these figures. They were the mechanical avatars of the other beyond grade, as who were watching the show from the side. Mecha Empire, let's end it here, Kant said. Manison looked at everyone and said slowly, You want to help him? Blackstar doesn't need our help. You and he are evenly matched. Even if you fight for a month, the battle between you two won't end. Kant purposely used the public channel to shout and chuckled. We in the three universal civilizations fleets can't possibly stay here and watch you guys fight for a month. So let's call it a draw today." "A draw?" Manison's tone sank. "Isn't it?" Khan asked with a chuckle. Manison looked at everyone and said, "What if I want to continue? We're also people who care about face. We have to fulfill our words." Kant chuckled and said, "If you don't give us face, then sorry, we can only play a few rounds with you." As he said that, all the Beyond Grade A avatars took a step forward. Although they did not say it explicitly, their intention to protect Han Shao was obvious. "You want to touch Black Star? Then we have no choice but to have a righteous group fight." Seeing this, Manison fell silent. The battlefield was the machinery faith, so he naturally wanted to suppress Han Shao. Although Black Star's explosive mode was powerful, it was only temporary. As long as they continued to fight, he was confident of winning. But now, his plan was foiled by the current situation. The battle between the two of them was stopped by a group of people. How could Manison not understand the intentions of these Beyond Grade As? They wanted to create a situation of a tie and not give him a chance to win the duel, forcing him to accept this fact. After thinking about it for a while, he understood the reason. Manison looked up at Han Shao and said with a complicated tone, "You're really, just cause attracts plenty of support." After saying that, Manison did not have the slightest reluctance. He stuffed his troops back into camp, recalled his avatars, deactivated Lord's Descent, and left. No matter how confident he was, he had no intention of challenging all the Beyond Grade as present. Seeing this, Kant chuckled and looked back at Han Shao. "All right, it's settled." Han Shao was a little surprised. "I thought you guys would just watch the show. Why did you suddenly help me?" He could understand the dynasty's allies helping, but why did the Radiance and Ethereal Mechanics stand up as well? Could it be that my heroic appearance when destroying the virus core convinced these guys with grudges? Besides, it's all my fault. I was careless and didn't restrain my inner charisma. I've gone too far. Don't think too much. We're not helping you." Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco snorted. "You guys will fight for at least half a month. How can the leaders of the three universal civilizations keep watching? Therefore, they ordered us to intervene and stop the battle. That's strange. Couldn't you guys have done this long ago? Why wait until we're halfway through the battle?" Han Shao was surprised. It's not just an order. We're all happy to see the Mecha Empire suffer." Kant replied with a gloating tone. "All right, I get it." Han Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood. Most of the people present had been bullied by the Mecha Empire before, so they could only swallow their anger. However, after seeing Black Star's heroic performance, they felt that they could use this opportunity to attack the Mecha Empire. Therefore, they decided to intervene. Deliberately announcing the result of a draw was a small revenge by these people. After all, the Mecha Empire had been holding onto the position of the main god of the machinery faith all this time. This move was to build momentum for Black Star, and they were happy to make the Mecha Empire suffer. As long as the result was fixed, Black Star would be able to disperse the faith of the machinery faith and make the Mecha Empire suffer losses. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that Black Star had to be able to withstand the Mecha Empire. If Han Shao kept getting beaten up, these people would not have deliberately chosen this best time to help him. Intervening in the battle was not only because of an order, but also because they had decided from the bottom of their hearts to recommend Black Star to fight with the Mecha Empire and make things difficult for Manison. As for whether or not they admired Black Star for destroying the virus core, only they themselves knew. Understanding this, Han Shao was relieved and let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, if these people did not help him, he would not have been able to force the Mecha Empire to retreat. The result would have been difficult to predict. Indeed, there were many benefits to having more connections. Although Manison had lived for so long and had many friends, in the eyes of other Beyond Grade, as the Mecha Empire's image was not good. He had offended too many Beyond Grade as in the industry. This was what it meant by Just Cause enjoys abundant support. Chapter 1125. With Manison's departure, the operation to capture the virtual mutiny virus core was finally settled. Han Shao deactivated the mechanical deity, recalled the combat troops, and left behind some logistics and maintenance teams to help the three universal civilizations clean up the battlefield. He and Madison had deliberately moved away from the battlefield, restraining the troops from firing in the direction of the planet. However, the aftermath of the battle still affected planet magnetic cloud quite a bit. It was as if a layer of the Earth had been scraped off by a file, and the flesh that was shoveled off turned into sand. Looking down from outer space, the surface was full of marks left by falling objects, the most obvious of which was the ravine left by Madison's trident, which transformed the wilderness into a large spider web-like rift valley that stretched for hundreds of miles. The Machinery Faith settlement was affected to a certain extent. The shield flickered, but it was not destroyed. However, the violent earthquake caused a large number of buildings to collapse, and the surrounding terrain sank by 1 to 2 meters. This city under the shield became a towering island, looking rather conspicuous. Seeing this, Han Shao had an idea. He controlled his lord's avatar to land in the settlement. They had all come to pursue the virus core, and then there was a battle. Although they had discovered the Machinery Faith on planet Magnetic Cloud, they had not had the time to make contact. Madison had warned him that he did not want to see the other beyond grade as come into contact with the Machinery Faith, but now that he had fallen out with the Mecha Empire again, Han Shao naturally forgot about his words. Han Shao slowly landed, stopping above the settlement's shield. More than 10 figures followed. They were Kant and the other beyond grade A mechanics. Han Shao did not stop them. They were not the Mecha Empire. After a few seconds, the shield opened on its own. Han Shao and the others landed on the top of the mechanical temple in the center of the settlement. All the priests were excited, forming a circle. Look, the mechanical deity is alive. So many beyond grade A mechanics. I really want to touch it. Say, if we go up and ask for a photo, will they agree? Many of the heavenly priests whispered excitedly, their hearts wild with joy. This must be heaven. Usually, only the Mecha Empire would take the initiative to contact them. The other beyond grade A mechanics did not come, as though they were not interested in the Machinery Faith at all. This made them feel that the other beyond grade, as were looking down on them. They generally did not take the initiative to come into contact with the object of their faith. They worshipped themselves, so their interactions were limited. Now that they saw so many living beyond grade A mechanics with their own eyes, they were overjoyed. They were excited but cautious at the same time. They wanted to pounce forward, but were afraid of making these gods unhappy. In the end, it was the Grand Priest who took the initiative to welcome them. I'm the Grand Priest of this Machinery Faith settlement. Fellow beyond grade A mechanics, I welcome your visit on behalf of the Machinery Faith. Han Shao knew how to deal with a group of believers. He did not say any pleasantries, nor did he need to introduce himself. He just glanced at the collapsed buildings in the distance and said with concern in a leader's tone, I'm sorry. I just had a fierce fight with the Mecha Empire. Are you guys all right? We're fine. We all have heavy armor protecting us. Plus, the residents have already taken shelter in the flying vehicles. There were no casualties. The loss of the city is nothing. We could just rebuild it. Seeing Black Star's concern, the Grand Priest's spirits were lifted, and his face was filled with joy. My idol is showing concern for me. I have no regrets in my life. Let's move to another planet. The damage on planet Magnetic Cloud is quite severe. There will probably be frequent natural disasters in the future, Han Shao said with concern. No. We want to stay here and pay homage to the traces left by you and the Mecha Empire. The Grand Priest shook his head. Planet Magnetic Cloud was so badly damaged that normal people would move to another planet. However, the Machinery Faith was not normal. To them, after Black Star and the Mecha Empire fought here, planet Magnetic Cloud became the battlefield of gods. It was very memorable, and they could not wait to pay homage to it every day. Move? Not going to happen. If that's the case, fine. Since I'm already here, I'll lend you a hand. Han Shao tapped his finger, and a virtual screen appeared out of thin air, showing the 2D map of planet Magnetic Cloud. He said kindly, I'm partly responsible for the damage to your settlement. Pick a location, and I'll help you build a new city. The priests widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not believe that the high and mighty mechanical deity was so kind. We wouldn't dare. How could we trouble Black Star for such a small matter? The Grand Priest hurriedly declined. Don't be so polite. We're on the same side. I've always known about the existence of the machinery faith. I heard that you've always worshipped me as a god. Although we haven't come into contact before, since you worship me as a god, I won't be stingy with my protection. Han Shao did not beat around the bush. He was just short of directly saying, I'm a reliable backer. Hurry up and lie on my chest. Hearing this, the Grand Priest could not help but feel a little moved. Their faith would not change because of material benefits, but there was no need to reject the gift of a god. After some discussion, they finally selected a location on the 2D map and chose a location for the new settlement. Han Shao took a look. It was the rift created by the trident. He was not surprised. He deliberately smiled and said, Not bad. The Mecha Empire's weapon that I destroyed is here. As soon as he said that, the curiosity of the priests was piqued. They had been watching the battle between the two mechanical deities and found that the two had stopped fighting halfway. Later, they heard Kant say on the wide area channel that the two were tied, and then the Mecha Empire ran away. Everything happened too quickly, and they were still confused. Your Excellency Black Star, why did you and the Mecha Empire fight? What was the result? If you're sensitive, please forgive my offense. The great priest could not help but ask. Although he knew that this was somewhat abrupt, his heart was itching like a cat scratching it. His curiosity could not be quenched, like a fanatic's desire to know the latest gossip about their idol. This is not a secret. It will be made public sooner or later. It's fine to tell you. You know about the virtual mutiny virus, right? Yes. The Grand Priest nodded. Not only did he know about it, but he was also very familiar with it. That thing is not a simple virus, but an information weapon with a core control. It has the ability to constantly evolve and update. Furthermore, it can jump back and forth between virtual and physical, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. The reason we Beyond Grade as responded to the call of the three universal civilizations was to cooperate and hunt it down. Han Shao briefly explained. The eyes of the priests present widened in shock. Only now did they know that the virtual mutiny virus that had troubled the ancient Star Desert for many days was actually such a powerful technology. And then, did you succeed? The Grand Priest was immersed in Han Zhao's explanation and hurriedly asked. We caught the core, but there was a disagreement on how to deal with it. Manison did not care about the risk and wanted to keep the core to research this technology himself. For the sake of the peace of the universe, I took the virus core and destroyed it. The Mecha Empire was very angry and wanted to teach me a lesson, so we fought. I'm sorry to have affected you guys. Han Shao was telling the truth. He only changed the details slightly to highlight how Manison did not care about the safety of the universe. Kant and the others glanced at him. They knew that he was defaming the Mecha Empire, but no one stopped him. Basically, everyone was happy to see it happen. Then the result, just like what you heard, the Mecha Empire and I were evenly matched. He felt that he could not beat me even if we continued to fight, so he ran away. He did not want to continue fighting with me. Kant and the others glanced at Han Shao again and nodded. Not bad. Maintain this state and continue defaming him. Don't stop. So that's how it is. The Grand Priest sighed in satisfaction, like a fan who had heard enough gossip. In the beginning, Black Star was suppressed by the Mecha Empire. He only turned the situation around after his outburst. However, the machinery faith only cared about results. Regardless of whether Black Star burned his potential or not, as long as Black Star used his mechanical abilities to fight a strong enemy to a result, they would recognize the tie between Black Star and the Mecha Empire. They believed that the two of them were now evenly matched and could not wait to spread the news in the faith and share the gossip. At the same time, the Grand Priest felt that it was a pity. He was not a warped fanatic, but when he heard that such a powerful technology like the virtual mutiny virus had been destroyed by Han Shao, he still felt a little distressed. However, this also made him admire Black Star's feat even more. The virus core was clearly within his reach, but he cared about the common people. For the sake of righteousness, he destroyed this powerful technology, eliminating the possibility of any faction obtaining this technology from the root. This made the virus no longer have the possibility of harming the universe. It was admirable. The Mecha Empire wanted to research the virus in order to gain control of this weapon. The safety of the common people was not within his consideration. Although the Grand Priest could understand the Mecha Empire's actions, he still felt that they were inferior to Black Star. Unconsciously, the Mecha Empire's image in his heart was no longer as lofty and mysterious. On the contrary, it was Black Star's image that was raised by quite a bit. Rumors were always distorted. The insider information revealed by these big shots was still more reliable. Many of the high priests thought to themselves, Han Shao and the others had come here to spread the news of the Tai and at the same time smear the Mecha Empire's reputation. This group of Machinery Faith members would spread the news internally and pry into the faith of the Mecha Empire. The Machinery Faith was a group of traitors who believed in whoever was stronger. They did not have any die-hard fans. With the battle results as evidence, it was not difficult to poach them. With their goal achieved, Han Shao and the others communicated with the believers here and deepened their impression of the Machinery Faith. They then left the planet and deactivated Lord's Descent, leaving only the Construction Machinery Army to build a new settlement for the Machinery Faith. The Mecha Empire has retreated. The live broadcast ended, and the three Universal Civilizations leaders looked at each other. Although there were some twists and turns, the operation was a success. The threat of the virus core has been dealt with. Black Star's intelligence was correct. He also contributed greatly in the operation. If not for him, we would have suffered a great loss. His achievement can be said to have turned the tide. He must be rewarded, Unravel said first. Vader and the ethereal Pope nodded silently and had no objections. This was a disaster that threatened the entire universe. Past grievances should be put aside for the time being. Furthermore, in order to destroy the Mecha Empire's plan, Black Star had no choice but to burn his potential and fight with us. We must give him sufficient compensation, Unravel said. Vader cursed in his heart for being shameless and retorted, "This doesn't make sense. Handing over the virus core to us is also destroying the Mecha Empire's plan. Black Star might not have done so out of consideration for maintaining the order of the universe, but more so because he doesn't trust us. He's still not on the same side as us. I think the reward is fine, but there's no need for compensation." "That's not what I meant." Unravel shook her head. Black Star had his own considerations when he destroyed the virus core. It was to protect himself and not obviously take sides. It was also to cut off the source of the disaster. However, through this action, we finally saw his unclear position. He chose order. Even if Black Star isn't a direct member of our family, his position is in line with our interests. We should give him more trust. Vader frowned and said nothing. Seeing this, Unravel said in a deep voice, "Actually, we didn't lose anything by destroying this technology. Monopolizing virus technology is mainly to prevent it from leaking. With our own strength, we can suppress the explored universe. Without this virtual mutiny virus, we're still the overlords. Instead, we'll have one less variable that can threaten the universe." She didn't hide anything. It was obvious that she wanted to obtain more benefits for Black Star. Vader was about to say something when the ethereal Pope suddenly spoke. "We need to consider how to deal with the Mecha Empire. His position is very dangerous. If not for Black Star revealing the characteristics of the virus core, he would have been hiding the information in his hands. Manison's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Although he didn't succeed this time, he has already shown his ambition. We can't allow him to do whatever he wants. We have to find a way to weaken him. For example, his business, his position, his faith in the Machinery Faith, and his right to speak in the Development Union. Therefore, we have to choose a suitable candidate to be his opponent and continuously take away the resources of the Mecha Empire." "You're saying that Black Star should replace the Mecha Empire's position?" Vader was unwilling. "That's right. He's the best candidate. Although he's not directly related to us, his position is trustworthy. He won't do anything that disrupts the order. Letting Black Star grow is better than letting the Mecha Empire continue to be unrestrained." Therefore, it's best to let Black Star and the Mecha Empire fight and complete the separation. If it's Black Star leading the development union, it'll be even better. We won't have to worry about the beyond grade as doing anything radical. Everyone discussed and came to a consensus. As for Black Star, not only did they have to reward him, they also had to publicize his deeds throughout the universe. This was to create momentum for Black Star, help him fight for the resources of the Mecha Empire, and promote the correct values that were beneficial to order. As for the Mecha Empire, they had to suppress it. They couldn't let it be so carefree anymore. At the very least, they had to lock onto this old thing's main body first. Madison was not Black Star. His main body was his biggest weakness. The vision of the Lord's avatar disappeared, and it returned to the main body. Han Shao slowly opened his eyes. His main body was still in the virtual brainwave amplifier, and the consciousness of the others did not return to their avatars. He was the only one moving in this space. I've finally dealt with the virus core. Han Shao opened the interface, and the special requirement to personally destroy the virus core showed that he had completed it. However, the entire Intelligent Plague mission was not over yet. The three universal civilizations would only receive all the rewards of this mission after they cleared the first-generation virus in the ancient Star Desert. As for Mecha Empire, Manus and Mechanical Gods War, he could receive the rewards. After fighting with Manison for half a day, he had already reached the highest rating. Fu Ding, Nero, and Ames were not around, so he could only make do with Harrison. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as your reward. 1. Blueprint, Mechanic Emperor's Holy Trident. Ability, a universal treasure-level melee weapon dedicated to the mechanical deity. An excellent product developed by Manison after summarizing various weapon technologies. Specific parameters: collapse/expand. Manufacturing requirements: character level not lower than 310, INT greater than 20,000, ultimate mechanical engineering LV5, endless material science LV5, eternal energy LV4, etc. 2. Perfect mechanical sense, talent, total machinery affinity X1. 4X, plus 4 mechanic class skill levels. Mechanical force bonus grade 1 to 2, cannot exceed pink grade rare grade. 3. Blueprint, felon. Ability, an advanced mechanical soldier developed by Manison himself. A powerful war weapon created by using biological modification and biochemical technology. It requires living supers as the material. The stronger the original, the higher the performance after modification. Specific parameters: collapse/expand. Remarks: the requirements to transform a living beyond grade A into a felon are character level not lower than 340, INT greater than 32,000, endless material science LV5, mechanical life tinder LV5, eternal energy LV5, virtual creator LV5, etc. 4. The Ancient One. Talent: a long life allows you to have rich experiences. This is a precious spiritual wealth. Plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 all skill levels. 5. Trillion Mecha Empire. Manison. Talent. Plus 15% INT, plus 1. 2x Machinery Affinity, plus 2 Mechanic Class skill levels. Machinery Fusion. Give, Emperor's Gift, King's Mentor, Tinder Awakening, Apostle Creation, Dimension Factory, Apostle Evolution, Mechanical Tinder Proliferation, Machinery Civilization Enhancement, and other skill levels plus 6. Plus 5,000% Machinery Production Efficiency, plus 10% to 40% Quality of Machinery Creations, plus 36% R&D ability for normal blueprints, plus 12% R&D ability for gold blueprints. When fighting against any machinery, you will receive a plus 10% bonus to all attributes, minus 15% damage received, plus 10% damage dealt, and minus 25% energy and stamina consumption. Remarks: you are the master of billions of machines. You are the kingdom of machines. Gulp. Han Shao was a little stunned. His throat rolled, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is Lady Luck finally willing to take off my pants? Chapter 1126. The quality of this batch of items was way too shocking. Han Xiao was not mentally prepared at all. He was stunned for a moment before ecstasy filled his heart. Because the two of them were perfectly compatible with each other, they could draw any ability or talent. Thus, Manison's thousands of blueprints lowered the chances of him drawing something good. Han Zhao's original goal was to draw a molding talent at most, but he did not expect to draw Manison's greatest treasure, Billion Mecha Empire. Manison, unique talent. Look at this effect, it's definitely at the molding talent level. Furthermore, it's at the peak of the molding talent level. This was definitely Manison's trump card. The unique talents of normal people came from their own experiences, and they were extremely unique. Usually, the talents formed after becoming stronger would be more powerful than the ones formed earlier. Billion Mecha Empire was clearly a talent formed after Manison became famous, and the conditions to form it were extremely harsh. It was the result of his hundreds of years of experience. In other words, this talent was equivalent to the inner core that old Manison had cultivated for many years, containing the essence of his life. But now, the fruits of old man Manison's lifetime of cultivation were in his hands. It was like fishing in the river, and in one fell swoop, he actually caught a protected animal. The richness of the rewards completely exceeded Han Technician's expectations, and he was so excited that he wanted to eat a few more packs of nutrition paste. King Rich. Luck is indeed something that needs to be accumulated. The luck that Harrison has accumulated over the years is probably all gone because of me. Han Xiao was extremely excited. Putting aside Billion Mecha Empire, the overall quality of the items drawn this time was also shockingly high. He had obtained 2 molding talents, and even perfect mechanical sense was obtained. Thankfully, he had already obtained perfect mechanical sense from bullying Nero. If he were to draw it again, it would only strengthen him slightly. Otherwise, he might really have trouble choosing. The other 3 options were also very good. The Mechanic Emperor's Holy Trident was the weapon Manison used in battle. It was a universal treasure and was stronger than the Celestial Punishment Edge. Blueprint Felon was a special living weapon modification technology that could even be used on Beyond Grade as. All the Beyond Grade, as in Manison's collection, were probably modified this way. The Ancient Ones was also a high-level talent. The character summon card that Han Xiao had previously used was this ability. If he had not drawn Billion Mechanic Empire, he might have chosen this ability to solidify into his own. And these 4 abilities all paled in comparison to Manison's trump card. Han Xiao did not need to hesitate at all. Tonight, we are all Manison. You have received a new talent, Billion Mecha Empire, Manison. An indescribable change occurred in his body. It was different from the pain of a life evolution. Han Xiao only felt his body lighten up, as though he had broken some invisible shackles. His line of sight rippled like water, and scenes flashed before his eyes at lightning speed. A baby was born and quickly grew into a young man. The obscure mechanical theory books were like children's books, easily comprehending everything after flipping through them. He saw the first mechanical force of a young man in the picture, the first book he read, the first machine he built, the first blueprint he improved, the first enemy he killed. Then the sun rose and the moon set. Countless messy and blurry pictures flashed by, and the person in the picture finally turned into an old man in a silver robe with electric sparks in his eyes. Behind him stood a vast mechanical army, which was boundless and filled every inch of space, occupying every inch of sight. The illusion came to an abrupt end, and Han Xiao opened his eyes wide. This is old Manison growing up. I seem to have received a person's unique talent, and I can roughly see the other party's life. The other party is still alive and well. It's as if old Manison is dead. This illusion was very blurry most of the time and lacked details. It only showed the more important points in Manison's life. Han Xiao finished reading it, but of course, he did not gain any information. At most, he had a deeper understanding of Madison. The pride of the heavens, brimming with talent, the most dazzling young man ever since he was young. A typical kid next door. Han Xiao curled his lips. The only special thing was that Madison had been so dazzling since he was young, and many things were within his reach. However, he did not seem to be interested in material comforts, nor did he like to mate. He only liked to stay in the workshop and work on machines. This is a bit similar to me. We are both technicians who focus on craftsmanship. Han Xiao shook his head and threw this illusion to the back of his mind. He carefully browsed through the effects of Billion Mecha Empire, Madison. Although the unique talent had been transferred to him, the suffix Madison had not disappeared, and it still indicated where it came from. The most exaggerated bonus was the 5,000% increase in production efficiency. This was probably part of the origin of Madison's Mecha Empire nickname. The speed at which he could produce troops was terrifying. Although it was powerful, 50 times the production efficiency also meant 50 times the speed at which he burned money. Madison had been working hard to expand his influence for many years. Apart from his ambition, it was probably also to support his expenses. With a large family and a large business, he could earn money and spend it quickly. The biggest difference between me and Madison is our foundation. With this bonus, the speed at which I accumulate my foundation will increase exponentially. Although it won't shorten the gap, I won't be left behind by him. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought to himself, "It's just that I'm spending money too quickly." Luckily, I'm not short of money. The size of the Black Star Army was now enormous, and they were taking in a huge amount of cash every day. Furthermore, they had the Evolution Cube, which was a treasure trove. His family was wealthy enough that the word lack of money was no longer in his dictionary. The ability to create blueprints and research and development was also very strong, comparable to the effect of more than 10 stacks of spirit weapon. The best was the 12% increase from the gold blueprints. Madison was good at developing universal treasures, so he must have been affected by this talent. It should be much easier for me to research universal treasures in the future. Han Xiao was secretly happy. As for the additional combat effects, it would be effective when dealing with machines. It was best at fighting among mechanics, and it was also one of the reasons why Madison was so strong. This way, the next time I go against the Mecha Empire, I'll be able to receive a targeted bonus. The bonus from the Mecha Empire is probably comparable to 2 perfect mechanical senses. A top-grade exclusive talent is terrifying. Han Xiao was as satisfied as if he had eaten a good meal. This way, the gap between him and the Mecha Empire would be greatly reduced. What I said before was right. Madison is indeed a good person. Every time he turns hostile, he gives me a big gift. What kind of spirit is this? Repaying evil with good. If not for the fact that he was afraid of angering Madison, he would have given Madison a banner with the words, "Timely Galaxy Reign," Hero Madison written on it. Looks like I'll have to fight with the Mecha Empire more often in the future. Getting rich will all depend on him. Han Xiao secretly rubbed his hands. Closing the skill interface, he then looked at the other mission rewards. The difficulty of Madison's direct challenge was extremely high, and the experience reward was even higher than the first time, close to 100 billion. He had basically used all of his stock to exchange for awakening points, and now that he had replenished this round, his wallet was bulging again. The rewarded character summon card was an ability called Energy Resonance. Its effect was to reduce energy consumption and strengthen the attributes of his energy. When converted to mechanical force, it would increase the range of his mechanical force bonus. At the same time, as long as his energy did not reach 0, his energy bonus would always be at its peak. Perhaps because he had used up all his luck when drawing the ability, the effect of the character summon card was rather ordinary. He had the ability to exchange health and mana, so this character summon card was rather useless. However, Han Xiao was not discouraged. He was already very satisfied with obtaining Madison's core ability. Furthermore, this kind of result was the normal state of his luck. He was already used to it. After calculating his gains, Han Xiao closed the interface and thought about the impact of this operation. I've changed the direction of the storyline. The virus core has been destroyed by me, and the intelligent plague can no longer sweep through the universe like in my previous life. The losses have been reduced by more than 95%. The explored universe survived this disaster without any danger, preserving more life force than in my previous life. With such a contribution, my mission rating should be at the highest level. Other than the mission rewards, the 3 universal civilizations will also express their gratitude. I can get a second wave of rewards, and when the news is released, I can get a third wave of rewards from the Galactic Society. It's a pity that I can't use it to deal with the World Tree after destroying the Domino virus. However, I didn't use this virus in my previous life, so the impact shouldn't be too big. Speaking of which, if the World Tree cracked this technology and turned to deal with us, that would be quite bad. The negative impact of this virus on us is far greater than the World Tree. Eliminating this variable might not be a bad thing. The possibility of the Mecha Empire taking revenge on me is very low. After all, they have to deal with the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations, so they probably won't have the time to deal with me. Even if they really want to, I'm not that afraid of them now. Since the conflict has been made clear, the Mecha Empire and I will definitely fight in the association. Those beyond grade A mechanics are not on the Mecha Empire's side, which means they're my hidden supporters. My right to speak in the development union should increase. Han Xiao calculated in his mind and realized that he had actually gained quite a lot from this. The only downside was that he had offended Manison. In his previous life, Manison had most likely gotten the virus core and was the biggest beneficiary of the intelligent plague. Now, it was the other way around. In this operation, old Manison was the only one who suffered a loss. It seems like I've tricked him quite badly. Han Xiao scratched his head and shook off this thought. What has it got to do with me? It's not that I'm bad. It's you who's too annoying. Chapter 1127. After leaving the virtual brainwave amplifier and returning to the disaster command center, the spaceship entered the port. Han Xiao walked out of the hatch and immediately saw Shidrin and the other 2 supervisors waiting on the platform. Your Excellency Black Star, the 3 leaders are waiting on the line. They would like to invite you to meet them. Shidrin took 2 steps forward and slightly lowered his head. His attitude was more respectful than before. Han Zhao's action of destroying the virus core had earned him more respect. Okay, I'll be right there. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. He was not surprised. He had expected the 3 universal civilizations to want to talk to him. He looked around. The other beyond grade A avatars were not here. Where are the others? They haven't arrived yet, but everyone's mission has been completed. We can take care of the rest. The core had been destroyed, and the virtual mutiny virus stopped at the 1st generation. With the antivirus set here, the 3 universal civilizations' original plan could continue, and they would not need beyond grade as for the rest of the work. Everyone's mission had been completed. The Mecha Empire would definitely not come back, or it would be awkward if they saw him. They did not know whether to fight or not, so it was understandable. Han Xiao followed everyone to the remote conference room on the top floor of the command center. As soon as he entered the room, he saw 3 huge virtual screens in front of him. They were the remote communication screens of Unravel, Bader, and Ethereal Pope. Shidrin and the others nodded and left, closing the door. Han Xiao was the only one left in the room. Unravel was the first to speak. Black Star, you've done a great job this time, pointing out the true danger of the intelligent plague for us. Without your information, countless people would have died in this disaster. We thank you on behalf of the entire universe. It's everyone's responsibility to maintain order. Han Xiao said a few words and glanced at the 3 of them. This was the first time he had been received by the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. He could be said to have reached the peak of the galaxy. No one in the entire universe had such an honor. All of them were the most dazzling people of their era. Speaking of which, he was only familiar with Unravel. Balder and Ethereal had very little contact. The 3 of them opened their mouths and praised Han Zhao's contribution, but they did not say much about his actions of destroying the virus core. After listening to the praises for a while, Han Xiao heard the ethereal Pope get to the point. "We will not be stingy with our rewards for such meritorious deeds." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He knew that since the three of them had come to a consensus before talking to him, they must have already prepared a draft. As expected, the three of them talked about the rewards they had promised. Among them, resources and policy support were the majority. Radiance and Ethereal both expressed their willingness to help the Black Star Corps expand their business in the star fields other than the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. The Black Star Corps' development in the other star fields had always been difficult. If they had the support of the three universal civilizations, their development would be much smoother. Han Xiao understood what the three universal civilizations meant. This was to help him catch up to the Mecha Empire's forces, making it easier for the two of them to compete. At the same time, this kind of support was equivalent to the three universal civilizations sharing their own benefits with him, deepening the relationship between the two sides. They wanted to avoid the Mecha Empire as much as possible. On the other hand, the three universal civilizations promised to open up a portion of the universal treasure-level blueprints to Han Xiao, opening up the purchase channel. He could spend money and contribution points to purchase a portion of the gold blueprints in their archives. Originally, most of these blueprints were not for sale. However, because he was going up against the Mecha Empire, the three universal civilizations saw the gap between the two sides, so they were willing to provide benefits in this regard to help Black Star close the gap. Normally, this treatment was only given to their direct descendants. Now that they gave it to Han Xiao, it could be considered an increase in trust. Of course, support was support, but it was impossible for them to give it away for free. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This was a pleasant surprise. This way, other than his own research and awakening points, he would have a new stable channel to obtain universal treasure-level blueprints. Because of his spirit instrument, the benefits of this reward were very practical. In his opinion, it was more useful than the other business support. This time, Unravel slowly said, "Furthermore, we have jointly decided to hire you as the special security advisor of the Radiant Federation, Red Empire, and Arcane Church." Han Xiao was slightly stunned. The special security advisor of the three universal civilizations? This was a little refreshing. This way, he would have a certain cooperative relationship with the Radiance and Ethereal, going from being an ally of the Empire to a cross-faction character. In history, there was no beyond grade A who had such an honor. He might be the first, and Scorpion Daddy was the only one. Thinking about it, Han Xiao roughly guessed the intentions of the three universal civilizations. Firstly, it was to build momentum for him. Secondly, the other two civilizations had taken out a reward as an investment and also wanted to gain benefits. Just like advertising sponsors, they wanted to let Black Star carry a part of their label. Thirdly, the development union would act as a union, and the three universal civilizations might be adjusting their attitude toward the beyond grade A organizations. Why does it feel a little like in the wuxia novels of my previous life, where the court secretly supported a hero to become the leader of the pugilistic world and control the pugilistic world? I'm becoming more and more like a villain. Han Zhao's imagination ran wild as he muttered to himself. Although he thought so, he did not reject the position of Special Security Advisor. He nodded and said politely, "Sure, I'm honored to take up this position." The Mecha Empire wanted to go against him. Not only were their methods radical, but they also had selfish motives. Han Xiao did not have such thoughts. Protecting the beyond grade as was not the only way. In his opinion, on the way to exploring the entire universe, no one could leave the other side. Seeking cooperation in a battle was the right way. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations were the main force against the World Tree. What he pursued was to make the cooperative relationship equal, not backstab the three universal civilizations. Most of the people in the Beyond Grade A Association thought so too. His position as the special security advisor of the three universal civilizations was a title with a halo, and he could attract members with the same ideology. It was completely different from the Mecha Empire. Thinking of this, Han Xiao felt a sense of déjà vu again. Why does it feel like Magneto and Professor Fork are gay friends? Although he was a special security advisor, he was still a pillar of the dynasty deep down. His relationship with the other two was much weaker. These are the general rewards. Black Star, do you have any other requests? Han Xiao thought for a while and said, I hope to be able to buy the ultimate class knowledges of other systems and teach them to others. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the three changed slightly, and they fell silent. This was a sensitive issue, and it was also the issue that the Development Union had been negotiating with the three universal civilizations. They wanted to remove the monopoly of knowledge. There were so many beyond grade as. If they gathered together, they would definitely be able to gather the ultimate knowledges of all the classes. The key was the right to spread the knowledge. The three universal civilizations prohibited private teaching, and it had a wide range of implications. Now, that Han Xiao wanted them to open this gap, it would meet the needs of the beyond grade as, but it would harm the interests of the three universal civilizations. Seeing this, Han Xiao continued, Hela is my deputy army commander, so I have to help her gather the knowledge of the Esper class. I also have some people with extraordinary potential under me, so I hope to let them learn some ultimate knowledges to increase their combat strength. The three of them looked at each other and were silent for a long time. Finally, Urinal spoke. You could buy 3 ultimate knowledges for Hela. If you teach them to others, each system is limited to 1 ultimate knowledge. At the same time, you have to submit a list of names. You have to limit the number of ultimate knowledges and not spread them on a large scale. The 3 universal civilizations had made some concessions on this issue, but it was only limited to Black Star himself. No one else would receive this treatment. The reward was very generous, and the position he expressed was in line with the other party's interests. Although the intelligent plague was a disaster, it also provided him with an opportunity to improve. After negotiating the various deals, the 3 universal civilizations' leaders went offline. Han Xiao then left the conference room, found Shidrin, and returned to his own territory. As soon as he walked into his exclusive office, he saw Harrison standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Han Xiao did not stop and walked straight ahead. Harrison hurriedly caught up and stammered, Your Excellency Black Star, I have something I would like to ask you. If you have something to say, say it. I want to ask, what should we do after the intelligent plague ends? Hearing this, Han Xiao turned to look at him. Seeing Harrison's anxious expression, he knew what he was thinking. Why? Are you worried about going back to jail? Yes. Harrison was a little anxious. He had followed Han Xiao for a few months, but he was still a criminal. His crimes had not been cleared, and he was afraid of going back to jail, so he could only come and plead with Han Xiao. Don't worry, you've made a great contribution this time. I won't leave you alone. Han Xiao patted his shoulder casually. Harrison was flattered, but at the same time, he was a little confused. I made a great contribution? Why didn't I know? Then what do you plan to do with me? I'll ask the 3 universal civilizations to revoke the charges against you and restore your freedom, but you can't be a scavenger anymore. Thank you so much. Harrison was grateful. It was good enough that he could regain his freedom. It did not matter if he was a scavenger or not. After digging out the virtual mutiny virus, Harrison was disheartened. He already had plans to go back and inherit his billions of assets. Don't be happy so early. I didn't save you for nothing. You have to continue doing your old job and continue exploring under the Black Star Corps' funding and supervision. Harrison hesitated. You don't want to? Han Xiao glanced at him. Then I hope you can get used to prison life soon. No. Harrison hurriedly pulled Han Xiao and helplessly said, We'll do it. Black Star was his only hope to get out of this. He had no other choice. Furthermore, with the funding of a huge organization like the Black Star Corps, he did not seem to have to do small things like before. Han Xiao nodded and snorted in his heart. Want to go back and inherit your family business? Dream on. Once you're in my vegetable field, don't even think about running away. Go back to your old job and work for me. Chapter 1128. After the three universal civilizations completed their mission, they informed the various organizations in the ancient star desert to reactivate the quantum network. Being disconnected for less than half a day brought huge economic losses to the entire star field. The various organizations were all curious about what the three universal civilizations had done during this time. With the intelligence gathered, they quickly figured out the actions of the group of beyond grade, and were all shocked. The supercluster civilizations all suffered from PTSD, and the Star Arc civilization had been paying attention to this. After learning of this, the upper echelons held another meeting. So, this is how the virtual mutiny virus works. If it's leaked out, who knows how many people will die. Unfortunately, we were kept in the dark, and the core has already been destroyed by Black Star. Many upper echelons were afraid and regretful. They were afraid of the threat of the virtual mutiny virus itself. They originally thought that the three universal civilizations had the situation under control, but they did not expect it to be an illusion. If they did not find out about the virus core, disaster would have swept across the entire universe. They regretted that they did not know the goal of the three universal civilizations beforehand. In order to observe the situation, they obediently cooperated with the operation. In the end, the virus core was destroyed by the three universal civilizations, and the virtual mutiny virus technology became extinct. Because what was done could not be undone, the three universal civilizations did not continue to hide the information. Luckily, Black Star destroyed the virus core. If the three universal civilizations obtained this information weapon technology, our situation would be even worse. An upper echelon heaved a sigh of relief. You're wrong. Black Star destroying the virus core will do more harm than good to us. Even if the technology is obtained by the three universal civilizations, they won't dare use it recklessly in order to maintain order. There's still a gap between us and them. However, to us, this technology is enough to threaten the three universal civilizations, and it can quickly close the gap. It's a trump card against the three universal civilizations. Now that the technology is gone, we've lost this opportunity forever, someone retorted. If only the Mecha Empire succeeded. Many people sighed. They hoped that Manison would succeed. In order to maintain their advantage, the Mecha Empire would most likely collude with the Supercluster Alliance. This way, they would have the opportunity to find a way to make a deal with the Mecha Empire and obtain the virus technology. But now, this hope of a comeback had been crushed by Black Star. They couldn't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. Black Star, this guy is really... One of the higher-ups wanted to say something, but hesitated. He didn't know how to describe Han Zhao's actions and finally said, "What a waste." Looking at the upper echelons with different expressions, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said solemnly, "The result can no longer be changed. What we need to think about is how to deal with the current situation. The battle between the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance is inevitable in the flickering world. What we lack the most is time to prepare. Originally, the intelligent plague took up the energy of the three universal civilizations, so the longer we wait, the better. However, now that the disaster is about to end, the three universal civilizations will soon have the time to deal with us," someone said with a low voice. The virus core was discovered by Black Star and destroyed by him. Because of his actions, the time taken by the three universal civilizations to deal with the intelligent plague has been greatly reduced. Tisk, it's Black Star again. Most of the upper echelons were very dissatisfied. Black Star was the reason why Traveler was exposed in the past. Now, it was Black Star who ruined their plans. However, being angry was one thing. They couldn't afford to keep a low profile right now, so there was no way they would go and deal with Black Star. The leader of the Star Arc civilization flipped through the intelligence report and suddenly said, Black Star and the Mecha Empire had a disagreement on how to deal with the virus core. The two of them fought and almost officially broke off their relationship. What do you guys think? According to the battle report, Black Star and the Mecha Empire fought to a draw. An intelligence officer frowned and said, if it was Black Star's main body that came, there would still be a chance, but both of them are doppelgangers. Our artificial intelligence has built countless models, and the analysis shows that when the Lord's doppelgangers fight, Black Star's chance of winning is lower than 0.0027%. He's still not a match for the Mecha Empire. The draw is because the other beyond grade as took sides, so they must have received instructions from behind the scenes. Therefore, it can be determined that the three universal civilizations want to create an equal to compete with the Mecha Empire. The leader of the Star Arc civilization narrowed his eyes and said, "This means that after this battle, Black Star and the Mecha Empire have parted ways. Black Star will be supported, and the Mecha Empire will be suppressed. There might be some opportunities in this." "You mean," the leader of the Star Arc civilization slowly said, "the Mecha Empire has been in operation for many years and is already in a semi-independent state. They have basically gotten rid of their dependence on the three universal civilizations. But even so, they will still need some external help when facing the three universal civilizations. And this help, we can provide it." Everyone's eyes sparkled, and they nodded. Everyone had times when they needed help, and the Mecha Empire was a powerful figure. Now that they were in a difficult situation and were not trusted by the three universal civilizations, if the Supercluster Alliance helped them, they might have a chance to secretly cooperate with them. This way, to a certain extent, it would prevent the Beyond Grade as from forming a new cooperative relationship with the three universal civilizations, and it would also cause trouble for Black Star, who often found trouble with them. On a desolate planet in the primeval Star River, in a secret base hidden underground, lightning flashed in the darkness, and a pair of glowing eyes opened, reflecting the silhouette of a person sitting cross-legged on the ground. This figure stood up, and the sound of cloth rubbing against each other could be heard. The next moment, he turned on the lights in the room, revealing his true appearance. It was Manison's original body. After falling out with the three universal civilizations, he deactivated Lord's Descent and did not contact anyone for the time being. He had been secretly operating his organizations throughout the various star fields, preparing to deal with the suppression of the three universal civilizations. Manison knew better than anyone what the three universal civilizations would do to him. "This day is much earlier than I expected," Manison exhaled softly. Then his tone became a little unhappy as he growled in a deep voice. "Black Star, you brat, you ruined my plan. Black Star, this bastard." If he had not exposed the existence of the virus core, he would not have had to take such a risk. Manison had also discovered clues about the virus core. His plan was concealed, and he did not report it to the three universal civilizations. This way, he would have the opportunity to take the virtual mutiny virus for himself, secretly obtain this technology, and make a fortune. The way he saw it, Black Star also had such an opportunity and even had more clues than him. However, in order to reduce the damage caused by the disaster, Black Star had actually shared information with the three universal civilizations. If not for this, he would not have had to go against the three universal civilizations in front of everyone. If he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to obtain the virtual mutiny virus technology again. The root of all this was Black Star. He had taken such a huge risk, but in the end, that bastard Black Star actually crushed the virus core. Everyone's efforts were for nothing. Even now, whenever Manison thought of the scene of Han Shao crushing the virus core, his heart would ache. The reason he dared to take the risk of the three universal civilizations falling out with him to snatch the virus core was naturally because it was worth it. He was a top virtual mechanic, and he had an AI civilization in his hands. If he obtained the full set of virtual mutiny virus technology and improved it, it would produce an intense chemical reaction. With his own deterrence, he would be able to become the new pole of the universe. Everything else aside, as long as he created a core in his own artificial intelligence cultivation room, cultivated generations of viruses in advance, and then released them to permeate the entire universe, he would be everywhere. At that time, this intelligent plague would be nothing compared to him. If the three universal civilizations obtained the technology, there would still be a chance. Manison might even take the risk of being discovered and sneak in to steal the technology. However, now, the opportunity to reach the peak was destroyed by Black Star. Madison wished he could turn Han Shao into a felon on the spot. Madison shook his head. At this point, there was no point in thinking too much. It was more important to deal with the situation at hand. After this, Radiance and I will be even more distant. The three universal civilizations will try to reduce my wings. Fortunately, I've been trying my best to get rid of them over the years and have my own independent channels. I've also cultivated a large number of hidden organizations, and many businesses can be easily operated in the dark. A long time ago, Madison felt that he would be independent one day, so he had to be prepared. Thus, he dared to take a gamble today because he was not afraid of the three universal civilizations falling out with him. Furthermore, with the current situation, the two sides were not completely on opposite sides. He still had to pretend to be polite. The three universal civilizations were still wary of him. Madison had expected this risk before he took action, so he took the opportunity to reveal a little of his trump card. The tens of millions of Lord's avatars were enough to make the three universal civilizations hesitate. As long as they could not find his main body, he could keep appearing. He had already prepared for this outcome. The three universal civilizations want to support Black Star to compete with me. I'll probably lose Radiance's funding, so I'll have to find some new friends. Madison narrowed his eyes and pondered. Han Shao and the others had already completed their work, so they could not help in the overall rectification. They only needed to watch the three universal civilizations perform. After getting rid of the virus core, the three universal civilizations no longer had anything to worry about. The disaster relief efficiency of the three universal civilizations suddenly increased, and they used the antivirus set to restart the previous antivirus plan. Without the virus core, the first-generation virtual mutiny virus was leaderless. The three universal civilizations scanned and locked onto the nodes before eliminating them at the same time. They then immediately launched a dedicated firewall. The virus in the ancient star desert was quickly dealt with on a large scale, and the intelligent plague was quickly rectified. It had been a few months since the outbreak of the intelligent plague, and the star field had been sealed. The entire universe was extremely concerned about the situation in the ancient star desert. As the news was sealed for a long time, more rumors spread in the universe, and some people started to spread panic. Now that the disaster was under control, the three universal civilizations finally made an announcement to the entire universe, giving the citizens of Galaxy some peace of mind. In the announcement, the three universal civilizations added the entire process of hunting down the virus core. As soon as the official announcement was released, it immediately attracted the attention of countless organizations in the explored universe. Han Zhao's achievements were also spread rapidly across the entire universe, along with the intentional publicity of the three universal civilizations, causing a huge response. Chapter 1129. Flickering World, Black Star Core Territory. With the development of the star field, more and more galactic residents flooded into the flickering world. All kinds of industries were rapidly perfected, and a large number of planets were transformed into transit stations or tourist destinations. As the entrance to the Army's territory and one of the top 10 stargates in the flickering world, Planet Blackgate received an astonishing amount of traffic every day. Countless entertainment facilities were built on the planet's surface, mixing day and night. It was bustling with activity at all times, and guests from various star fields and races could be seen there. Miracle Street was a famous entertainment street. Casinos, taverns, shops, tall buildings, bright lights, and a sea of people flowing in an endless stream. I haven't been here for a while. This place is getting more and more prosperous. Maple Moon pulled Mad Blade along as they walked on the busy street, looking left and right curiously at the strange passers-by. When the passers-by saw the Black Star Core Advanced Warrior insignia on the two of them, their eyes filled with respect as they quietly made a detour. On the bustling street, a small space was squeezed out between the two of them. "Stop strolling. We're here to hand in the mission," Mad Blade said helplessly. At this time, a huge screen on the wall of a building in the distance lit up, showing a news image. The passers-by in the nearby streets could see it clearly. Now, we have urgent news. The Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and the Arcane Church have jointly announced an announcement to report the progress of the intelligent play control to the entire universe. The following is the news content. Hearing the news about the ancient star desert after so many days, the pedestrians on the street suddenly stopped as if they had pressed the freeze button. They all looked up and watched. Mad Blade and Maple Moon also stopped and looked at the screen curiously. On the huge screen was a diplomatic press conference. The spokespersons of the three universal civilizations stood side by side and read the announcement aloud. A few months after the intelligent plague broke out, we controlled the disaster in the ancient star desert and carried out a special relief operation. Therefore, this matter is closely related to the safety of the entire universe and has received a lot of attention from all walks of life. Therefore, today, we are making a special report to announce the progress of the intelligent play control. The virtual mutiny virus is a highly dangerous information and data virus. It can rewrite the underlying logic of mechanical artificial intelligence and turn it into an organic life form. It has astonishing penetration, transmission, and threat. This is a lost information warfare weapon. We thought the threat came from the virus itself, but now we know that the virus core is the real threat. The spokesperson explained the mechanism of the virus core, emphasizing the danger of self-evolution and self-renewal. He used very exaggerated words to describe the consequences of the disaster. Hearing this, the passers-by who stopped to watch on the street shuddered. Due to the information blockade, the galactic residents only knew a little about the mechanism of the virtual mutiny virus. Now that they knew the true terror of the virtual mutiny virus, they could not help but feel a wave of panic. They were shocked by the lethality of this virus. At this moment, the spokesperson changed the topic and said, if it weren't for Black Star discovering the threat of the virus core, we would still be in the dark. Through artificial intelligence simulation, the antivirus plan we made without knowing had a success rate of less than 0.1%. In the end, it was very likely that we wouldn't be able to stop the virus from leaking, causing a disaster to sweep across the entire universe. Countless creatures would die in the disaster, and the galactic society would regress by many eras. Black Star's discovery allowed us to avoid this outcome. His contribution was huge, saving countless lives. Many people heaved a sigh of relief, secretly feeling scared. They were glad that Black Star had turned the tide. The spokesperson continued, because of Black Star's information, we planned an operation to cut off the internet in the entire star field and hunt down the virus core. Everything was going smoothly, but when we caught the virus core, there were some twists and turns. The virus core was captured by the Mecha Empire Manison, but he did not care about the safety of the universe and refused to hand it over. He tried to reverse engineer the complete technology. In order to maintain the peace of the universe, Black Star seized the virus core and destroyed it, completely eliminating this technology, eliminating the possibility of the virtual mutiny virus appearing again, allowing the entire universe to escape the shadow of this disaster forever. However, the Mecha Empire was unwilling to admit defeat and attacked Black Star. The two of them fought to a draw, and in the end, they were forced to retreat by Black Star. Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon heard a commotion among the people around them, and they let out low murmurs. This speech first mentioned the accident of the operation, causing the audience to worry. Then, it made a contrast between the actions of the Mecha Empire and Black Star. It purposely promoted that Han Zhao's actions had protected the galactic residents, implanting the image of Black Star's boundless love in the hearts of the audience, making the galactic residents thank Black Star for his contribution. In contrast, the Mecha Empire was portrayed as a selfish and ambitious person who did not care about the big picture. Because it went against the common interests of the galactic residents, it was innately treated as a villain, and its image was tarnished. The spokesperson summarized the entire process and said loudly, "The current stage of the intelligent mutiny virus is at its end. The disaster is already under control, and it will be completely cleared in a few days. The seal on the ancient star desert will be unlocked. In this incident, Black Star's contribution is irreplaceable. The three of us have discussed and decided to jointly give Black Star the title of Special Security Advisor of the three universal civilizations as a reward. Special Security Advisor of the three universal civilizations? Mad Blade and Maple Moon looked at each other, secretly surprised. Didn't Radiance and Ethereal have conflicts with the Black Star Corps? Now they have become friends and have been successfully taken down by the army commander. Doesn't that mean we have two more powerful legs? The news ended everywhere, and the enthusiasm of the people had just been aroused. Everyone was discussing, and the streets were buzzing with noise. It's all thanks to His Excellency Black Star. He's really a great person. Among all the beyond grade, as only Black Star is working for the well-being of us ordinary people. For example, the Holy Light Emissary Cultivation Plan gave ordinary people a chance to become supers. Now, for the safety of ordinary people, he resolutely destroyed this virus technology, even going to war with the Mecha Empire. He's really full of love. If I were a girl, I might have fallen in love with him. Sigh, I didn't expect Manison of the Mecha Empire to be such a person. To think that I used to worship him. With such a huge contribution, no wonder the three universal civilizations invited Black Star to be their advisor. I don't think anyone has received such an honor before. To be honest, other than Black Star, I can't think of anyone else who's qualified to take on this position. At this time, cheers suddenly sounded from the street next door. Someone ran over and said with surprise, "Follow me. Quick, follow me over there." There are a few rich merchants who have booked the entire tavern. They said that in order to thank Black Star for his contributions, they have booked the entire tavern, and the drinks will be free. Let's hurry over. Hearing this, the passers-by on Miracle Street swarmed over. When they passed by Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon, they no longer tried to avoid them. Instead, their attitude became extremely warm, and they used all kinds of strange etiquettes to express their respect for the Black Star Army. Feeling the warm atmosphere on the street, Mad Blade and Maple Moon felt a sense of pride in their hearts. They felt that they shared the honor, and a strong sense of belonging to the same faction surged in their hearts. The two of them hurriedly logged into the forums. As expected, the forums were already in an uproar, and the news section was flooded. The army commander had disappeared for a few months, and the moment he reappeared, he made big news. The three universal civilizations exaggerated it to the point that they were just short of saying that Black Star was their savior. The players were also extremely excited. Glory Tomahawk. So we're on the same side? Cloud Dragonly, 2nd Battalion Commander, bring out my spaghetti for Black Star to try. Lung Huijun. Be reasonable. The army commander is very handsome this time. Picture Album Sister. Black Star is still the same Black Star. He never disappoints us. Fox, where's Galaxy Times? Come out and get beaten up. Where's the promised mission? Why did it turn into a cutscene CG? Visionary. Am I the only one who's concerned about whether the army commander and the Mecha Empire are tied? Looking at the posts that flooded the screen, most of them were full of praise. Some veteran players told the newcomers about Black Star's past deeds, such as solving the mutation disaster, wiping out the Dark Star organization, and so on. All of these had caused a sensation back then. After a few versions, in the eyes of the players, Han Zhao's image was still considered righteous. However, this achievement once again raised the players' impression of him, and a consensus was formed. Black Star was indeed a great man. Other than interests and interests, if the leader of a faction had charisma, the players would have a stronger sense of identity. As soon as the three universal civilizations announcement came out, everyone in the universe who was paying attention to the progress of the intelligent plague was relieved. This achievement caused Han Zhao's reputation to soar to the peak, while the Mecha Empire's reputation suffered under the deliberate suppression. At the same time, Han Zhao's fleet was leaving the ancient Star Desert through the dynasty's military stargate. He also saw the official announcement from the three universal civilizations. TSK, the The publicity department of the three universal civilizations sure knows how to praise and trample on one. Han Xiao happily watched the news. He loved to see people praising him seriously. This time, he suddenly had an idea. He opened the interface and took a look. The three universal civilizations' elimination of the first-generation virtual mutiny virus was basically completed, and only the last bit was left. When the announcement was made, the Intelligent Plague mission was finally notified that it had been completed. This mission is finally completed. Grade S mission, Intelligent Plague completed. Mission rating, S+, perfect. You have received 3 billion EXP, 8 random rewards, plus 35,000 Red Empire contribution points, plus 15,000 Radiant Federation contribution points, plus 15,000 Arcane Church contribution points. You have received 2 political assets, Red Empire, 1 political assets, Radiant Federation, and 1 political assets, Arcane Church. You have received 4 legendary points. Starfield Legendary Point, Ancient Star Desert, Black Market Giant Crocodile. Through various means, you have temporarily unified the Black Market forces in the Ancient Star Desert, leaving behind a terrifying legend. Universe Legendary Point, Intelligent Plague Controller. The Intelligent Plague is a universal disaster that has been rated as a world-destroying disaster. You have accepted the invitation of the three universal civilizations to deal with the disaster, and in the end, you have made a unique contribution and successfully resolved the disaster. The entire universe will remember your achievements and contributions. Universe Legendary Point, Guardian of the Galaxy. Between selfishness and righteousness, you have chosen the latter, and your choice has maintained the peace of the universe, affecting the evolution of the universe. Perhaps this is the turning point of fate. Everyone knows that you have been watching over the galaxy. Universe Legendary Point, 3 Universal Civilization Security Advisor. You have been invited to become the special advisor of the 3 Universal Civilizations. Throughout history, you have created a precedent. No matter how the situation evolves, you will leave a deep mark in history. Dungeon Spawning, Intelligent Plague, Simulated Disaster. Han Xiao nodded. Seeing this, the reward was still within his expectations. After all, this was a grade S mission in the universe, and he had even achieved a perfect rating. The reward was definitely generous. However, as he continued reading, Han Xiao was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. Since your rating has reached grade S, you have received an additional reward. You have received a new ability, Blueprint, Domino Virus, Incomplete. You have completed the special requirement. Destroy the virus core with your own hands. Generating a related talent. Generation complete. You have received a new talent. Virtual Purification Restoration. What? Han Zhao's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the blueprint, Domino Virus, Incomplete, lying quietly in the reward column. This was not an additional reward for the special requirement, but a normal reward given when the Grade S mission, Intelligent Plague, reached the highest rating. This meant that only those who had made great contributions to the disaster relief could receive this reward. After solving the Intelligent Plague so painstakingly, the mission gave him an incomplete blueprint of the virus technology and asked him to recreate it. He suddenly felt a great sense of irony. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, this technology still wasn't destroyed and ended up in my hands, although it's incomplete. Browsing through the contents of this blueprint, Han Zhao's expression was complicated. He did not know whether he should be happy or not. Chapter 1130. Recently, the progress of the plot has been a little slow. After all, I'm not a machine. Humans have their ups and downs. Brothers, please bear with me. I'll take a day off tomorrow to adjust. Currently, the progress is June 7th. The last time I took a day off was in October. I reckon that I won't be able to use up all the 7 days of leave this year. Actually, every time I'm in a bad state, there will always be people coming out to say that I'm too full of myself or that I'm just being perfunctory. Ever since 2017, There have been people saying that from time to time. Now, it's almost 2020 already. Big bro, every book I write is always like this. When has it ever changed? The book is already almost 4 million words. The further it goes, the harder it gets to write. My state of mind is getting more and more erratic. This is the same for everyone. Just this chapter, which is neither too long nor too short, caused me to sit from 9:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. I'm really stuck. Even in the early stages, I had to endure 2 chapters a day. In 17 years, I suffered from an illness and almost got sent away. At that time, there were people who thought that it was an excuse for me to become a eunuch. They scolded me and were so angry that their tips hurt. The plot is now in the middle to late stages. There are roughly 2 more chapters before it's ready to end. If I'm in a hurry to recuperate, I might not even be able to write 2 chapters. At this stage, what is considered perfunctory? Not writing the details, not caring about the expression, and just pushing out the outline. That's what is called perfunctory. Writing in that way would be much easier for me. I've already planned out the outline, so if I don't write the details, it would be too easy. Nowadays, to judge an author's ability, the proportion of updates is getting higher and higher. However, updating fast isn't something that most people think. It's something that can be achieved through hard work. This is a skill that needs to be practiced. Some people have talent in this area, and I'm very envious. My current writing style isn't very popular. Not to mention the low production rate. The quality might not be much better than writing fast. In the future, I will definitely try to change it. I'll turn around and practice my updating speed and brain speed. Who knows, I might really become a beast at 2 chapters or 3 chapters. But at least for now, I'm still unable to change the writing style that I've been used to for the past 5 to 6 years. Chapter 1131. The domino virus blueprint rewarded by the mission reward was an incomplete version. Many key parts were missing, and it had to be deduced before it could be manufactured. The deduced result might not be the same as the original version, and the technology might be different. It's very troublesome to deduce an incomplete map of this level. Awakening points can be exchanged for research progress quickly, but it seems a little wasteful. It's better if I slowly research it myself, Han Xiao thought to himself. He thought that he had destroyed the domino virus, but he did not expect the technology to still end up in his hands. Now that the outside world thought that he had destroyed the virus, Han Xiao naturally could not expose that he had this technology. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would definitely be the opposite of the treatment he was receiving now. Furthermore, the core material required 1,000 mutated artificial intelligences, which were not easy to find. Manison did not lack them, but he had just finished fighting with him, so it was not realistic to buy resources from him. Furthermore, old Manison might notice something from the items he bought. Therefore, this technology would not be available for a very long time. Maybe he would only be able to use it when facing a public enemy, like the World Tree. Now that I think about it, it makes sense that the Mecha Empire did not use the domino virus in the World Tree War in my previous life. Han Xiao suddenly understood. Unless the situation of the war was irreversible, even if using such a weapon could give them an advantage, they would still be in trouble after winning. Maybe the Mecha Empire in his previous life treated the domino virus as something like a death hand system. When the situation was unsalvageable and the 3 universal civilizations were really powerless, they might have released the domino virus and used their large number of lords' avatars to fight the World Tree. Han Xiao could not help but connect the dots. In his previous life, the 3 universal civilizations considered the possibility of losing the war and implemented the Tinder Plan, sending out a large number of wandering fleets to leave the explored universe. At the same time, they built a large number of sanctuaries in the depths of the secondary dimensions, storing all the samples of intelligent creatures, crops, plants, and so on in the explored universe to ensure that they could restart the civilization after losing the war. Would the Mecha Empire have their eyes on these sanctuaries? Maybe their plan was to use external forces to destroy and rebuild a world far away, where they would respect themselves as the god of creation. If his ultimate goal was to rule the world, This seemed to be the most feasible path. Han Zhao's imagination ran wild. After making wild guesses for a while, he finally calmed down and put away the introduction of blueprint, domino virus, incomplete. He turned around and opened the specially generated related talents and browsed through them. Virtual purification and restoration. S effect was to purify the intelligent targets infected by the virus. For example, the effect of the virtual mutiny virus was to rewrite the underlying logic of mechanical bodies, distorting them into killing organic life forms. The effect of this talent was to remove the rewriting of the virus and restore the original underlying logic. Simply put, assuming that an artificial intelligence whose logic had been rewritten was equivalent to a hypnotized creature, this ability was to dispel the effects of hypnosis. At the same time, the application of this ability was not limited to the domino virus. Any virtual type of virus could be corrected. This thing is very useful in virtual battles. With this thing, the Mecha Empire is going to cry. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. If the control of the mechanical army was taken away by someone else, he could use this talent to directly remove the enemy's authority and take it back. However, at his current level, there was almost no one who had the ability to take control of the mechanical army from him. Han Zhao could only think of the Mecha Empire. Speaking of which, Manison's method of controlling the AI civilization is also to rewrite the underlying logic of the other party. Just like what happened to the ancestor of the AI civilization, Finet, this move is his nemesis. Han Zhao scratched his head and thought of the reboot mission series that had been collecting dust at the bottom of the mission list for a long time. It seems like I've obtained the key to liberating the AI civilization. If he found a chance to use this on Manison's AI civilization, his indestructible mecha empire might go out of control because of this. Also, since his felons were physically modified, he might use virtual methods to distort their minds. Virtual purification and restoration might also be effective. At a certain level, virtual methods used on the physical body were actually very similar to soul spells. They were different paths leading to the same goal. In fact, this move might even be effective on the World Tree, which would be more effective against the World Tree than the domino virus. Thinking about the mechanism of the World Tree, Han Zhao fell into deep thought. The blueprints and talents were the biggest rewards of this trip. The rewards of a Universal Grade S mission were indeed generous. He had also obtained a total of 4 political assets from this trip, all 3 universal civilizations. This meant that through this incident, he had a certain amount of authority in Radiance and Ethereal. At the same time, the EXP gain bonus from the political assets would also be used on him, increasing the output of his vegetable farm. Han Zhao glanced at the generated instance dungeon. Intelligent Plague, Simulated Disaster. This was a different type of instance dungeon. The generation method was no longer to cut out a portion of the incident, but to select an area. The instance dungeon would automatically simulate the scene of an intelligent plague outbreak there. The difficulty and challenge level would depend on the level of the selected area. For example, if he chose the Black Star Corps headquarters as the simulation target, the difficulty would be increased to the level of a storyline. If he chose a normal star system civilization colonial planet, the challenge level would be around Grade C to Grade B. If he chose a SEAL battleship, it would probably turn into a sci-fi horror movie. There should be a market for this instance dungeon, especially suitable for mechanics. Han Zhao saw a good business future. In addition, the large amount of EXP from the mission reward gave him a mouthful of blood. The total of 65 Universal Civilizations contribution points could not only be used to exchange for ultimate knowledges, but also gold blueprints. The 3 Universal Civilizations purchasing channels had already been opened. Speaking of gold blueprints, Han Zhao suddenly thought of Holy Covenant and Radiance. These 2 organizations had made a deal with him, but because of the sudden outbreak of the Intelligent Plague, the deal was temporarily put on hold. There was no need to care about Radiance. They definitely would not go back on their word. He was mainly concerned about Holy Covenant. The date of the previous deal was invalid. Oathkeeper did not leave any contact information, so they could only come looking for him. After sorting out his gains, Han Shao closed the interface, took out the communicator, and contacted the headquarters. Now that the fleet had left the ancient star desert, they could freely communicate with the outside world. He had been out for a few months, so he wondered how the army was doing. The communication was quickly connected, and Sylvia's projection appeared in front of him. Her makeup was exquisite. Her facial features were beautiful, and she was wearing a professional suit that outlined her amazing curves. She seemed to be in the middle of a meeting, and when she saw Han Shao, she could not help but be surprised. "Teacher, you've finally been released?" Yeah." Han Zhao's expression was strange. She sounded like he was in jail. "I saw the news. Your decision this time was really beautiful," Sylvia praised. "Now, the entire army is praising your character. The cohesiveness is unprecedentedly high. Last time, the director wanted to sign the contract for the next 5 movies, but you weren't there, so I didn't reply to him. Promise him that the main actor will still be Fu Ding. Give him something to do." Han Shao waved his hand. Suddenly, he realized that Sylvia had put on a pair of rimless glasses, and she had the aura of an intellectual lady. He could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you wearing glasses?" Sylvia blushed, took off the glasses, and showed it to him. Inside the glasses was a single-sided screen. She said embarrassedly, "Sometimes meetings are a little boring, so I use them to watch programs in days. Have you been quite close to Lagi recently?" "Nonsense. I hate him the most," Sylvia firmly denied. Han Shao did not intend to dwell on the issue of his subordinates being lazy, so he changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how's the Black Star Cup going?" "It's like this. Because of the impact of the intelligent plague, the viewership ratings of the Black Star Cup in the entire universe have dropped to a certain extent, but it still maintains its popularity. Now that most of the secondary competitions are over, the Army is selecting the elites of various fields. Not counting those who play cards." Sylvia paused for a moment. "Now, there are only a few key competitions left, which are the battles of the various grades." Han Shao listened to Sylvia's report while nodding. Not bad, not bad. He did not have much entertainment in the ancient star desert, so he spent most of his time looking at the forums and paying attention to the Black Star Cup. As the competition continued, those who remained were the elites of the elites. The players felt a sense of accomplishment after making their name in front of the NPCs, so they were very passionate about it. The popularity of the discussions was not much lower than the official Pro League. His absence did not affect the progress of the Black Star Cup, but it did dampen the hopes of some players who wanted to loot other people's item cards during crucial matches. "Teacher, we need you to give a speech at the Black Star Cup closing ceremony. Don't forget, will you be able to make it back in time?" I'll definitely be able to make it back." Han Shao then changed the topic and asked, "Did anything happen in the army recently? How's the situation in the flickering world?" "There are more and more people in the new star field, and the explored areas of the free competition zone are gradually spreading to the centers of the various star clusters. The Supercluster Alliance is occupying more and more territory. Other than that, there are no other changes. Vice Army Commander Hela is also leading the fleet to slowly explore. By the way, she applied for leave some time ago, saying that she's going to the secondary dimensions. She asked me to pass the message to you." "Got it." Han Shao nodded. Ever since Hela inherited the underworld dimension, she had been going to the secondary dimensions every 2 to 3 days. Now that a few months had passed, the underworld dimension should have stabilized, but he did not know if Hela had been squeezed dry. Speaking of Hela, Han Shao thought of something else. "How's the Holy Light emissary plan going?" "It's going very smoothly. Other than the normal recruits, we've recruited many people to specially cultivate the Holy Light seeds, which will be harvested by Aurora when they mature. We've already signed contracts with these people before starting work, so there won't be any accidents." "Very good. Try to expand the scale of the cultivators." Han Shao nodded. He was counting on Aurora to grow by harvesting leeks, so naturally, the bigger the leek field, the better. As he spoke, he paused and said, "I made a great contribution this time. The three universal civilizations plan to cooperate with me and support the branches in the various star fields. Han Xiao explained the support of the three universal civilizations in detail, and Sylvia's face immediately fell. So, my workload has increased again? Sigh, you little comrade, your mindset is not good enough. Han Xiao sternly criticized her. How can there be output without guts? You should be more proactive. With the scope of your work increasing, this means that the power in your hands has increased. As if I'll believe you. Sylvia laughed emotionlessly. Hearing the laughter, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Look, she's smiling so happily, happiness written all over her face. Han Xiaoxin took a look at Sylvia's hairline and heaved a sigh of relief. After his many years of experience, the hairline of his subordinates was equal to their durability. It seemed like this student was not completely useless yet and could still be used. The two of them bickered for a while, and Sylvia suddenly thought of something. By the way, there's a political talk show that wants to invite you as a guest to discuss the intelligent plague this time. Do you want to accept? What show? The one that's quite famous in the entire galaxy, Ruden's Promise. No. Han Xiao waved his hand. With the help of the three universal civilizations, he did not need to do it personally. He could maintain a sense of mystery and distance to increase his reputation. All right, I'll reject him then. After a few more words of encouragement, Han Xiao hung up and pondered. The intelligent plague was an unexpected situation. If it were not for the disaster, the three universal civilizations would definitely be preparing to deal with the supercluster civilization. Now that this phase was delayed, the intelligent plague gave the supercluster alliance some time to breathe. When the three universal civilizations completely wrapped up the intelligent plague, they would be free to fight the supercluster alliance like in his previous life. This time, the supercluster alliance was more prepared, and the competition between the two sides would be more intense. The outcome would determine the direction of the universe. As an existence that was half independent of the two sides, the Development Union would definitely be involved in the conflict between him and the Mecha Empire. He should be prepared early. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of air flowing strangely. Han Xiao looked up and saw black flames gathering out of thin air, forming a man in a black robe who suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the mental projection of Oathkeeper of the Holy Covenant. Looking around, he saw that all the crew members in the bridge, including Harrison, were ignoring Oathkeeper's figure as if they could not see him. "We meet again, Black Star," Oathkeeper said. His voice sounded directly in Han Zhao's mind, establishing a mental connection. "You're quite punctual. You came to find me as soon as I left the ancient star desert. Speaking of which, why can you directly use mental projection on me? Do you know my whereabouts?" Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked in the mental connection. "This is the characteristic of my Esper ability. There are no identical souls in the world, especially for the strong. Souls are very easy to identify. As long as I record the characteristics of your soul, I can track the target in a higher dimension and use mental projection on the target. However, it's only limited to using mental projection to find people. I can't know the target's actual location." Han Xiao did not say anything, but he was not surprised. It was impossible for a beyond grade, a leader of a mysterious organization that had been in hiding for many years, to not have some skills. "You contacted me because you want to continue the previous deal, right? 2 primal Esper abilities and 2 universal treasure blueprints in exchange for some holy light particles." "That's right," Oathkeeper replied with a deep voice. Because of the intelligent plague, the deal had been put on hold for a few months. He was actually happy to see it happen. He could take advantage of these few months to track down the mole in the Holy Covenant organization. Unfortunately, the operation to catch the mole had caused chaos in the organization, and he had found nothing. He could not even find a strand of hair of the mole. Either the mole was too well hidden, or the source of Black Star's information was not the mole. Oathkeeper became more and more suspicious of the existence of the mole, so he temporarily stopped the operation. "Then, let's set a new date for the deal." At this point, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked casually, "Oh, right. You guys have a long history, so you should know a lot of secret information, right? It depends on which aspect. Then, have you heard of the sanctum? Oathkeeper was not prepared and was caught off guard. His heart was in turmoil. This is a test, right? This must be a test. Didn't you say you don't know our mission last time? Liar. His heart, which was originally a little shaken, became as firm as a rock again. There really is a mole. Investigate. Investigate to the very end. Chapter 1132. Oathkeeper suppressed the shock and anger in his heart, trying his best to keep his mental frequency stable so that Han Xiao would not be able to see through it. He observed Han Xiao's expression and mental fluctuations. He could not tell that Han Xiao was trying to tease him and could only feel Black Star's curiosity. Black Star asked about the sanctums. Did he understand the Holy Covenant's plan or heard the term from somewhere else? There were not many people in the entire universe who knew about the sanctums. Oathkeeper's mood was like riding on a turbulent space turbulence. He tried his best to remain calm and acted casual. Where did you find out about the sanctums? Someone told me. Han Xiao lied casually. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell the truth. Who told you? Oathkeeper did not give up. There are very, very few people in the entire universe who know about the existence of the sanctums. Even advanced civilizations might not know about the existence of the sanctums. Since Black Star mentioned the name sanctums, Oathkeeper knew that Black Star had a certain amount of information in his hands. If he pretended not to know about the sanctums, he would lose the clues instead. He really wanted to know how much Han Xiao knew. Well, if I said that it was a revelation from inspiration, would you believe me? Han Xiao had no choice but to use the excuse of being a jack of all trades. Although it was not very believable, he was only trying to brush it off and was not prepared to convince the other party. However, he did not expect Oathkeeper to nod lightly and not raise any more objections, as if this was the correct answer. This situation is indeed a simple way to perceive the sanctums, but it is uncontrollable and very vague. Only existences that have reached a certain level of life can have a faint connection with the sanctums. At the moment when inspiration intersects with the universe, you can occasionally see its vague outline, but your perception are separated by endless space-time dimensions, and you will never be able to touch it with your spiritual sense. At most, you will hear murmurs in your ears, speaking in ancient language. Han Xiao was stunned by what he said. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly swerving to Cthulhu style? Hearing Oathkeeper's explanation, Han Xiaoxin did not have much confidence either. He really did not know what the sanctums were, and he was only trying his luck when he asked today. It seemed like the Holy Covenant really knew about the sanctums. Stop talking nonsense. Can you say something that I can understand? Han Xiao could not help but interject. Oathkeeper was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant to reveal the information. After thinking about it, he decided to share some harmless basic information. The sanctum is an ancient existence. No one knows when it appeared. It might be even older than the three universal civilizations. Only at special times or with special means can one sense or even approach it. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. It was not easy to find an insider, so he naturally could not miss the opportunity to ask. What exactly is the sanctum? Where is it? Hearing this, Oathkeeper looked at Han Xiao strangely. Seeing that Han Xiao did not seem to be lying, he asked, "You don't know? If I knew, why would I ask you?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. His understanding of the Holy Covenant organization was limited to the surface. He really did not know the connection between the Holy Covenant organization and the sanctums. He did not know that his question had hit the nail on the head and scared Oathkeeper quite a bit. Hearing this, Oathkeeper heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced. It seems like Black Star really does not know about our plan, so I'm misunderstood. There's actually no mole, but Black Star got the information from somewhere else thinking about this. Oathkeeper did not stop talking and continued. The sanctum does not exist in the material world, nor does it exist in the secondary dimensions. It has no concept of geographical location, and I don't know how to define the nature of the sanctum. I think it should be considered a phenomenon. Phenomenon? Han Xiao was curious. Yes, a phenomenon. He waited for Oathkeeper to continue, but Oathkeeper had no intention of explaining. The two of them stared at each other, and there was an awkward silence. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew that Oathkeeper was not willing to continue talking about this, so he changed the question. Then what is in the sanctum? The two of them continued to stare at each other. Then how many sanctums are there? 6. Oathkeeper answered this time. Han Xiao was slightly taken aback. This answer was somewhat unexpected. He asked a few more questions, such as how to find the sanctum, how to open the sanctum, and so on. Oathkeeper, without exception, expressed that he did not know. This guy definitely knows more, but he just won't reveal the key information. Then the sanctum must be something very important, although I still don't know what it is for. With this thought in mind, Han Xiao saw that he could not squeeze more information out of Oathkeeper for the time being. So he ended the topic of the sanctum and returned to the transaction between the two parties, re-establishing the time, place, and method of the transaction. Having achieved his goal, Oathkeeper's figure suddenly exploded, turning into black flame flowers that danced in the air before dissipating into nothingness. After sensing for a while and confirming that Oathkeeper had left, Han Xiao stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The Holy Covenant organization seems to know a lot of secrets. Maybe I have to find a way to dig out some information from them. Now, only Oathkeeper can take the initiative to contact me, which is a bit passive. During the transaction, I can find a way to track the other party's emissary. Speaking of which, there are actually 6 sanctums? Han Xiao was confused. This was different from what he had guessed. His original guess was that there were only 5 sanctums. Why were there 6? Unfortunately, Oathkeeper was ambiguous. He did not know if he was telling the truth or not, so he was not willing to reveal more information. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. After completing the transaction and getting the benefits, I can consider exposing the other party's intention to revive the primordial ones. Maybe I can use this to exchange for information about the sanctums. I'll treat it as hush money. On the other hand, in the secret hall of the Holy Covenant Organization's base, Oathkeeper, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, removed his mind projection, and the clusters of star-like flames around him retracted into his body. How's the situation? Law and Faye were waiting below, looking up at their boss. Black Star is very easy to talk to. The transaction is re-established, Oathkeeper said slowly. Prepare the chips on our side. The transaction method is still the same as planned. Prevent Black Star from tracking us. Understood. The two nodded. Oathkeeper nodded. His tone was a little solemn, but there was also a little anticipation in it. Because of the information disturbance revealed by Destiny's Child, the agreed date has been brought forward. After getting the holy light particle, prepare to open the third sanctum and carry out the awakening ceremony. Thousand Shadows' Esper ability is the foundation of the synthesis. We don't have time to wait for him to complete the transformation. We had to wrap things up. Saying that, Oathkeeper's gaze became distant. It's time to fulfill my oath and welcome the return of history. That mole, the two touched on his sore spot. Oathkeeper's mood was interrupted, and he gritted his teeth. Humph, don't look for it. I might have made a mistake. Secondary dimension world, underworld dimension. The broken black floating islands were pieced together, turning into a black land. The texture was like a moving desert, with peaks and hills appearing from time to time, and valleys and cliffs appearing from time to time. The landscape was unpredictable. The sky was gray, and thick black clouds covered the horizon. The colors were dark and light, forming a sense of gradual change. A pale white ball of light hung in the middle of the sky like a full moon. The soft moonlight illuminated and passed through the surrounding clouds, and silver-white, faint stars scattered across the land. The atmosphere was quiet and serene. With Hela's replenishment of dimensional origin energy, the broken space wall here had been repaired after half a year, and the chaotic space flow was blocked outside. It was no longer in a miserable state of being riddled with holes. Now, it was the true appearance of the underworld dimension. In the center of the underworld dimension, there was a red lake with waves rising without wind. If one looked carefully, this was energy that was so condensed that it was almost liquid. It was the death energy that Hela controlled. At this time, the dazzling red was stained with a faint black gas. This was the aura of the underworld. Through the mark of the underworld, it was added to Hela's body. The connection between the two gave her a huge boost in strength. This was the legacy left behind by the previous Esper of Death, and Hela had inherited it. Her combat strength had increased by a lot. Directly above the red lake, Hela sat cross-legged in midair, a faint red aura surrounding her. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes trembled. She was releasing her own energy to replenish the underworld dimension. At this time, the figure of the underworld Earth Lord, Onisilu, appeared beside Hela. Your connection with me is getting closer and closer. Hela opened her eyes and said expressionlessly, "After absorbing my energy for a few months, how much have you recovered?" "About 3%. It's enough to resist the space storm of the secondary dimension world." "Only so little." Hela frowned. The underworld dimension's energy comes from two Esper abilities after all. If the person carrying the life Esper ability reaches beyond grade A and replenishes the underworld dimension's energy with you, there will be a resonance reaction, greatly increasing the recovery speed of the underworld dimension. Now, there's only you, so the efficiency is naturally not that high. Onisilu smiled. "Is that so?" Hela nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "By the way, now that the underworld dimension has stabilized, can the hero spirit stored in the core of the dimension be released?" "You can, but it's still too early. I suggest you don't do that." Onisilu shook her head. "This is the tomb of the hero spirits, and there are many of them. Their free movement consumes the underworld dimension's energy. Furthermore, the stronger the hero spirit, the more energy it consumes to maintain it, which further lowers the recovery efficiency. When the underworld dimension recovers to 30% and activates the soul calming function, it's best to let them sleep." "So, you mean the efficiency is not enough now?" "You can explain it that way." Hela sighed. Although the underworld dimension was strong, it was still far from reaching its peak. She did not know when she would be able to summon the reincarnated hero spirits like her predecessor. At this moment, Hela's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "What do you mean?" "Speaking of which, the underworld can temporarily revive the past undead and allow them to descend into the world again. Other than that, is there any other way to revive the dead?" Hearing this, Onisilu thought for a while and said with uncertainty, "When the two masters, Nerkes and Eros, were still alive, I seem to have heard them mention a special phenomenon that seems to be related to the revival of the dead." "There really is? What's that?" Hela asked. "I think it's something called the sanctum. The two masters once had an argument because of it, but they rarely mentioned it after that. It seems like someone invited them to carry out an operation related to the sanctum. I don't know the details, but they rejected it. So, what exactly is the sanctum? Is it the same principle as the underworld?" "I'm not sure. I don't know much about it either. I only heard their conversation. However, it said that the sanctum is very powerful. Reviving the dead is only one of its effects." Onisilu shook her head. "I see," Hela nodded. She was just asking casually and did not take it to heart. However, Onisilu thought for a while and said, "If you're very curious, some of the primordial hero spirits in the underworld might know something. However, after waking them up, they can't be forced to continue sleeping. Then forget it. We'll talk about it after the soul calming function is restored. There's no rush." Hela shook her head. She secretly noted down the information about the sanctum and planned to tell Black Star when she returned to discuss it. Recommended book, My Senior Sister Knows Magic by Rong Xiaorong, former History Channel god. If you're interested, please increase your fan points or follow the V-Letter Public account Chipagia or the Weibo account Chipagia. Chapter 1133. The official announcement of the three universal civilizations spread throughout the various star fields, quickly dispelling the uneasy atmosphere of the galactic society ever since the outbreak of the intelligent plague. Although most of the civilizations and races criticized the three universal civilizations for some of their ways of doing things, when it came to the safety of the explored universe, they had extraordinary trust in the three universal civilizations. These three backing always brought them reassuring strength. Before the impact of the announcement faded, the three universal civilizations officially lifted the seal on the ancient star desert half a month later, allowing this star field to return to the system of the Galactic Society. The first-generation virtual mutiny virus was basically eliminated, and the three universal civilizations set up special firewalls in many star fields. Without its self-evolving core, the virus would not be able to cause any more trouble and would completely disappear with time. The threat had been removed. The specific situation of the ancient star desert also spread, which was much more detailed than the announcement of the three universal civilizations. The enthusiasm and interest of the galactic residents soared again. On the way back, Han Xiao paid attention to the public opinion of the Galactic Society. It was mostly one-sided praise for the achievements of the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade, a mechanic think tank led by him. There were also criticisms of Manison of the Mecha Empire, mixed in with complaints about the security of the area. During the intelligent plague, the various star fields were not peaceful either. Most of the time, it was some local rebel organizations that tried to incite panic, but they were all suppressed with iron fists. As for the mercenaries who tried to sneak into the ancient star desert to obtain the virus, most of them were sent to the prisons of the three universal civilizations, and the rest were all on the wanted list. The public opinion was very good, and there were no discordant comments. Or rather, the negative comments were all resolved. The galactic media of the various regions were like blood hunters who smell blood. They swarmed to the ancient star desert, visited the various planets, and dug up the details of the disaster. They used an extremely short period of time to produce a large number of special programs to compete for news headlines. This was all approved by the three universal civilizations behind the scenes. Power came from obedience. The three universal civilizations had completed a great undertaking, so they needed the media to guide the public opinion and promote it, taking the opportunity to consolidate the recognition of their rule. The Black Star Corps fleet carrying Han Xiao and the others passed through the dynasty's military stargate. As soon as they arrived at the Shattered Star Ring, the dynasty sent someone to contact Han Xiao again. Award ceremony? Han Xiao heard this term from Terakov, the marshal of the dynasty's exploration army, who was also in charge of contacting him. That's right. Under the leadership of the three universal civilizations, the explored universe has once again resolved a universe-level disaster. It will definitely be recorded as a milestone in history. As for those who have contributed to the disaster relief operation, we have always held a large-scale award ceremony to commend their achievements. Naturally, you're on the list of invitees. Han Xiao was no stranger to this. Although he felt that it was more or less formalized, he also knew that this kind of activity was indispensable. The major event of the country was the sacrifice, and life needed a sense of ritual. All right, where will the awards ceremony be held? What time? You don't want me to go to the central galaxy, do you? I just returned to the base. This is a joint award ceremony held by the three universal civilizations. In order to conform to the trend of the times and make it convenient for the Beyond Grade as to attend, we've decided to hold the ceremony in the new flickering world in 3 months. It's indeed quite convenient. Han Xiao nodded. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and asked in a mysterious tone, "Tell me, have you guys completed the deployment against the Supercluster Alliance? When will you take action? I feel that this is not the time to talk about this." Terakov coughed and lowered his voice. Anyway, after the 4th phase of the free competition zone is completed, the three universal civilizations will consider redistributing the territory occupied by the Supercluster Alliance. They will not take it back, but share it with the free organizations and other civilizations. Maybe they will come up with something similar to the New Star Field Anti-Monopoly Exploration Law as the reason. What good job? Han Xiao curled his lips. That was how things had gone in his previous life, so he was not surprised. Speaking of which, before you guys removed the seal on the ancient star desert, did you do anything to the supercluster there? We did not this time, and you know the reason. However, although we did not do anything to them, we took the opportunity to leave behind a large number of spies and scouts to closely monitor the movement of the Star Arc civilization's troops and resources, preparing for any conflicts that might break out. Terekov explained. How evil. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. You're not qualified to say that, Terekov said. Don't think that I don't know. I heard a lot of rumors from the intelligence department. It said that you left a lot of things in the ancient Star Desert's black market. Same to you. Han Xiao did not mind. The two of them had known each other for many years and were already old acquaintances. After exchanging a few words, they were about to end the call. This time, Terekov thought of something and said, If you have time, you can watch a show. Our colleagues in the Public Opinion Control Department seem to have sent some information about you over. After hanging up, Han Xiao received a link from Terekov. After opening it, the virtual screen changed and showed a political talk show. It seemed to have been updated not long ago. This was a show similar to Rudin's Date, but it was more authoritative. It was called Focus Talk, and it took the route of the upper class. He opened it and took a look. This episode was a report on the intelligent plague, analyzing and introducing the impact of the ancient Star Desert. Han Xiao fast-forwarded for a while and finally saw his name. A decent-looking Godora person was talking on the screen. The subtitles beside introduced this person as a senior researcher of the Galactic Society, a scholar. Before Black Star walked out of the Blue Star civilization, the Godora civilization already knew about this person. We personally witnessed the rise of this strong neighbor, the Black Star Corps, and we even fought side by side in history. The Black Star Corps has passed the primitive accumulation stage. From the recent Black Star Cup, the Holy Light Emissary Project, and the Intelligent Plague incident, it is not hard to see that they are working hard to take on more social responsibilities. Although Black Star is a universe warlord, his way of doing things is not the same as others. Now that he has a huge amount of social resources in his hands, he seems to be more interested in using these resources to maintain and improve the universe's environment. The other beyond grade A warlords make us feel awe and fear, but for Black Star, we feel more respect and admiration. He gives us a different feeling, diluting the instinctive fear of the galactic residents toward the peak of an individual's strength. Maybe this is the source of his extraordinary affinity. Just as Han Xiao was feeling great listening to him brag, the image changed and the scenes of his deeds flashed past. Coupled with the narration in a steady tone, it sounded very serious, like an official news report. Very soon, it was time for the most recent incident. This show had obtained the first-hand video of the confrontation on planet Magnetic Cloud and broadcast it exclusively to the entire universe. This is the promotional material that the dynasty sent over, Han Xiao thought to himself. The image recorded the confrontation between himself and Manison from a third-party perspective. He heard himself say that famous quote again in the image, and there was even a close-up. No matter how big the universe is, there's an end, but ambition is endless. Han Xiao stared at the screen, and his lips curled up. He had to admit that at this moment, he looked very handsome in the image. The reason the dynasty sent this video was probably because they thought that this scene could improve his public image and help with publicity. The next moment, the narration ended, and the image changed to a luxurious office. There was a new interviewer who also had a big background. The subtitles introduced this person as the chairman of the Stewart Committee. Karabur Petersius, a tenured professor of the Supreme Institute of Technology of the Radiant Federation, the principal of the Academy of Truth, the recipient of medals such as Stellaris and Eye of Heller. A long list of honors and titles could not be written in the image, so it could only be played. The Stewart Committee was not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. It had a big background, a long history, and high status. Its founder was the founder of the energy level theory, Dr. Stuart Ona, who was the traditional father of supers. In his later years, he created an award under his own name to reward experts who had made significant achievements in various fields. The committee was the organization that managed and evaluated the awards. It was very similar to the Nobel Prize in Han Zhao's memory from his previous life, but it had a higher status and had been in operation for thousands of years. Every year, the three universal civilizations and the advanced civilizations would provide special sponsorships. The Stewart Award was absolutely objective and neutral, and the awards were not affected by any political or economic factors. It was selected every 3 years, and although it could not be said that it was always popular, it was indeed very authoritative. Carver stroked his neatly trimmed, gray braided beard and smiled at the camera. Black Star is a strong person in the universe, and he's also a respected scientist. I've been friends with him for a very long time. Putting aside his abilities, I also admire his ideals. I'm also a scientist, so I'm very clear about our strong desire and curiosity toward learning. No one knows better than me how much perseverance it takes to destroy an unknown technology with one's own hands. I really admire Black Star. He became the special security advisor of the three universal civilizations. This is the first time in history, and he deserves it. I can reveal some inside information here. Our Stewart Committee has received many nominations for Black Star's Peace Award from our members. The number of people who want Black Star to be the winner of this year's Stewart Peace Award is very high. From my personal point of view, I think very highly of him. He has made a huge contribution to the universe. Carver did not hide his admiration for Han Xiao at all. At the end of the interview, he made a simple conclusion. In the future, when we look back at this period of history, we might see Black Star's choice today as the turning point of the era. He might have influenced the direction of the world. Han Xiao sighed. He had heard of the Stewart Peace Award before, but such a grand thing naturally had nothing to do with the players in his previous life. If I win this year's Stewart Peace Award, I'll probably get another Universe Legendary point. The dynasty is really sparing no effort in promoting me. Han Xiaoxin chuckled in his mind. He was very satisfied with the three Universal Civilizations promotion. During this time, he had been watching the various shows bragging about him. With so many honor points, he could use them as a protective halo to reflect damage. If anyone attacked him, they would definitely suffer the backlash of public opinion and lose a lot of reputation points. Even if Radiance and Ethereal wanted to deal with him, they would have to ruin his reputation first. Otherwise, they would have to weigh the loss of reputation points. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator rang. He had received a call request. Han Xiao took a look. It was a call from Ames. As soon as the call was connected, Ames' beautiful figure in a black dress was projected in front of him. Her arms were crossed, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. I saw the recording. You copied what I said. I suddenly thought of it. Looks like you got it. You have a deep impression of it. Ames narrowed her eyes. Her crescent-shaped eyes hid a watery smile, showing that she was in an extremely good mood. I basically remember everything you said. You're getting more and more likable. Ames blinked and chuckled. I have nothing to do at home. Do you have time to visit me? Miss me? Are you coming or not? Ames raised her brows slightly. Since you've already invited me, how can I not go? Wait for me to arrange my schedule. It's on the way anyway. I'll wait for you at home. Ames took 2 steps forward, raised her hand, and touched Han Zhao's cheek. Unfortunately, it was just a projection, so there was no feeling of physical contact. She then chuckled and ended the call, disappearing from a spot. Han Xiao touched his face, shook his head, and laughed. It's not good to come empty-handed. I'd better bring some gifts. It just so happened that the 3 universal civilizations had released his authority, so he could exchange an Esper ultimate knowledge for Ames. He could even give it to Hela in the future. At the same time, he also had something to ask Aesop. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. Maybe this old man would know some information about the Sanctum, the Holy Covenant, Oathkeeper, or Manison. Furthermore, Han Xiao had a vague intuition. He had a feeling that if he went to find Ames now, he would encounter some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Han Xiao could not help but look out the window. Harrison happened to pass by. Chapter 1134. Streaks of blue flames tore through the dark curtain of the universe, extending all the way from the depths of the universe. They stopped at the port of Floating Dragon Island outside Blue Star's atmosphere, leaving behind a rainbow that the residents of Floating Dragon could see when they looked up. Although they had a lazy leader, Floating Dragon still expanded to 5 islands, with hundreds of millions of residents living there. Most of them were Blue Star people who ran up. If they stayed on the surface, they would have to be under the jurisdiction of the Aquamarine Federation. Floating Dragon, as a neutral island, had more freedom, and they could experience the glory of the galactic society not far from home. It was a good vacation spot, which indirectly promoted the tourism industry there. Black Star's fleet docked at the main dock, attracting the attention of countless people on the platform. When Han Xiao walked out of the cabin with a group of subordinates wearing the Black Star Corps uniform, these people immediately surrounded them excitedly. "It's really Black Star. Comrade, you're our pride. Can you give me an autograph? My grandpa likes you the most." Han Xiao and the others were completely surrounded by the crowd, and it was difficult for them to even move an inch. Hearing the shouts and feeling the enthusiasm of the people, Han Xiao used his ability Cloud Smile. The effect was not ordinary, and the crowd's mood became even higher. Most of the people there were Blue Star people. They were all Black Star's admirers since they were young. Recently, due to the promotion of the 3 universal civilizations, his reputation had been extremely high. He was almost worshipped as an omnipotent god by the Blue Star people. This time, the Floating Dragon soldiers who had been waiting for a long time walked up and separated the crowd, leaving a path. Jenny walked up expressionlessly and spoke with an insincere tone. "Welcome to Floating Dragon, Your Excellency Black Star. Your tone doesn't sound that welcoming," Han Xiao joked. "No, I'm very happy." Jenny stared with her dead fish eyes, turned her body slightly, and made an inviting gesture. "Come with me." The two of them left with a group of subordinates, leaving behind many people at the dock. Watching the backs of the group of people disappear from sight, many people winked at each other, revealing a look that said, "You know what I mean?" The scandal between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor had been circulating in the Shattered Star Ring for decades, and everyone in the Blue Star knew about it. Black Star frequently visited Floating Dragon Island, and Dragon Emperor moved her base to Black Star's hometown. Even if Bennett was beaten to death, the people of Blue Star would not believe that there was nothing going on between the two of them. Han Xiao and Jenny walked at the very front, leading the group as they passed through the streets. Countless passers-by stared at them in surprise and excitement, chatting with each other here and there. "You seem to be in a good mood today?" Han Xiao glanced at her. "Why do you say that?" Jenny was puzzled. "Your attitude towards me today is not as bad as before." "Humph." Jenny snorted. "If you like, I can recover a little." She had never liked Black Star. Firstly, she did not like this fellow who increased her workload, and secondly, it was because of Ames. However, after seeing the recent news, although Jenny did not say it, she actually admired Black Star. If she were to speak ill of him now, she would not be able to get over it in her heart. TSK, you don't have a soul like this." Han Xiao shook his head and joked. "I still prefer your wild and unruly side." Jenny secretly rolled her eyes and could not be bothered with Han Xiao. At this time, the group walked to the intersection, and they heard a series of dense footsteps, as well as the crisp sound of metal rubbing against each other. Everyone looked over and saw a group of Floating Dragon warriors in dark gold heavy armor pushing creatures of different races who had black cloth covering their heads as they hurriedly walked through the street not far away. The pedestrians around them hurriedly dodged as if they were afraid of tigers. The entire body of this group of heavy armored warriors was covered by armor, and their faces could not be seen. There was an inexplicable, cold-blooded aura when they moved. There were 2 emblems on the chest of the armor. One was the Floating Dragon symbol, and the other was an unfamiliar symbol that Han Xiao had never seen before. It probably represented the identity of this group of people. What force is this? They didn't seem to be here the last time I was here. Han Xiao was curious. That's the hunting group. It was only recently separated from Wilsonder's security force and became an independent organization, Jenny said concisely. Harrison saw the bloodstains on the clothes of the creatures being escorted and could not help but ask, what are they going to do to those people? As soon as he said that, Han Xiao and Jenny both turned to look at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Harrison was a little nervous from the two of them looking at him like that. Jenny ignored him and looked at Han Xiao. Black Star, where did you find this newbie again? He doesn't seem to know when it's his turn to speak. Don't say that. Harrison is a great guy. He helped me a lot. Han Xiao did not mind and chuckled. I like it when you're mean. This is more like it. Humph. Jenny looked back at Harrison and waved her hand. Since you're so curious, let's go take a look. It's not far anyway. Where can we? Harrison looked to Han Xiao. Let's go take a look then. Han Xiao nodded. Although he was now Harrison's overbearing CEO, he would still try his best to satisfy the small request of someone with advanced luck glow. The group followed the hunting team all the way to the edge of Floating Dragon Island. A translucent light, golden barrier isolated the vacuum, and outside was the universe. A large crowd gathered in the distance, but the hunting team did not care. They did not chase away the onlookers and focused on doing their own things. They lined up the people with black cloth in their hands and kneeled down before opening a small part of the protective shield. A small opening appeared in the golden barrier, and these people without armor protection were instantly sucked out. They were exposed to the universe and writhing in pain like fish jumping on a chopping board. Very soon, these people's struggles became weaker, and a layer of white frost appeared on everyone's body. Their bodily functions were destroyed by the vacuum, and only their heads were hidden under the black cloth. Otherwise, their painful and twisted expressions would be visible. The next moment, the hunting team raised the guns in their hands and fired at the same time. Green laser beams shot out of the blasters and shattered these people who were about to turn into ice sculptures. They turned into balls of light and floated deep into the universe. Is this an execution? Harrison's eyes widened. What do they do? Isn't this a little too cruel? Although he had never been to the Shattered Star Ring before, he had done some research on Floating Dragon after hearing about the change in the itinerary. Because the Black Star Corps' galactic pirate Happy Hut was too famous, the galactic pirates in the Shattered Star Ring had moved their businesses to other regions on a large scale. Floating Dragon no longer accepted galactic pirates. It became a free city with good security. He had thought that Floating Dragon's culture was very good, but he did not expect that there would be Floating Dragon troops executing people on the spot in front of countless onlookers. This was not a sign of good security, and executing people on the spot was most likely a sign of a reign of terror. He could not imagine that he would see such a barbaric act there. Cruel, Jenny said with dissatisfaction. Look at the people around you. Which one of them thinks it's cruel? Harrison turned around and was shocked to see that every single one of the onlookers had a look of joy on their faces. There were even some people who were clapping and cheering. Jenny looked at Han Xiao and snorted. The more famous you are, the more enemies you have. In recent years, there have been many infiltration incidents in Blue Star. These criminals are spies and rebels from different organizations. They have advanced equipment, and their goal is to infiltrate Blue Star and harm you by destroying your mother planet. Some of them have their eyes on Floating Dragon and are trying to build a secret stronghold here or use Floating Dragon's location to throw weapons of mass destruction at Blue Star. Therefore, we have created a hunting team to eliminate these spies. Black Star, we have helped you block a lot of pressure. Hearing that, Harrison understood. Most of the onlookers were from Blue Star, so it was no wonder that they were so happy. These criminals did not have any environmental awareness and were trying to destroy their mother planet. Executing them on the spot would not only not be cruel, but it would also make them feel at ease. Thanks. Han Xiao smiled. The reason Ames had moved Floating Dragon there was to help him block these malicious intentions toward his home planet. Just a thank you, and it's over? Han Shao thought for a while and said, "Then I'll bring you some special magic potions for hair growth next time as a gift. Go and find Ames yourself." Jenny's face was green. She resisted the urge to curse and turned around to leave. Seeing that, Harrison mumbled softly and asked in confusion, "Your Excellency Black Star, you're a top figure in the universe. Why is this woman so disrespectful to you? I've known her for decades, and we've always been so noisy. There's no point in talking about status between friends." Han Shao waved his hands. "So that's how it is. You're really magnanimous." Harrison flattered without batting an eyelid. He then asked, "Then what's her name?" "You don't know?" "Jenny is the general manager of Floating Dragon, the sister and best friend of the Dragon Emperor. It should be easy to find her online. I didn't check that carefully. So, her name is Jenny. I think she's quite pretty. When did you become blind?" Han Shao suddenly stopped in his tracks, looked down at his expression, and said with a surprised tone, "Don't tell me you've fallen for her." Harrison's face turned slightly red, and he said shyly, "I can't say that I like her. After all, this is the first time I've met her. Oh, I get it. You're lusting after her body." Harrison was speechless. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. He was not sure about Jenny's love life in his previous life, but Harrison had been an old bachelor until he died in the World Tree civilization. He had never heard of him having any partners or children. Although Jenny might be more than 100 years older than Harrison, she took good care of herself and looked like she was in her 30s. Furthermore, as the old saying went, a woman 3 years older carries gold bricks. A woman 30 years older carries mountains. A woman 300 years older carries immortal pills. Age was not a distance, and true love was invincible. It was a win-win situation. There's a chance. With that in mind, Han Shao patted Harrison's shoulder and chuckled. "If you like her, then do it. I'll be your shield. Quickly take her down and teach her a lesson. It's a good thing I didn't argue with her. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely be beaten up once every 3 days and once every 5 days." Harrison's face turned even redder. "What should I do?" "I have no experience. You're the rich second-generation heir of a large financial group, and you haven't even had a girlfriend before? I used to like reading. How embarrassing." Han Shao was heartbroken. What a waste of your family's wealth. The two of them chatted as they brought them to Ames's palace. Han Shao had Harrison and his subordinates wait at the stronghold while he tidied his clothes and stepped into Ames's palace. They arrived at a garden full of rare herbs. Ames was lying on the long bed in the middle of the garden. Her black dress was like a blooming black flower. She was using her force field to control the recovery coin that Hela had given her to shuttle through the flowers. The table beside her was filled with sumptuous wine and food. Hearing footsteps, Ames grabbed the coin and pulled it back. She turned to look at Han Shao, smiled, and patted the bed beside her. "You're here. Take a seat. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Han Shao walked forward and picked up a full blue crystal wine glass from the table. He sat on the side of the bed, took a sip, and smacked his lips. "Old Aesop made this again?" As soon as he said that, his shoulders sank, and he felt a pair of white arms wrap around him. Ames put her chin on his shoulder from behind and asked curiously, "What did you do in the ancient Star Desert?" "There are too few details in the news. I want to hear it from you." Han Shao was not surprised by her intimate actions. In the secondary dimensions, the two of them had been together for a few months, and their relationship had grown closer. Although Ames was a clean freak and did not like to touch other people's bodies, he was not. "Let's not talk about this first. I brought you a gift." Han Shao snapped his fingers, and a virtual screen popped up. On it was a list of Esper ultimate knowledges. "The 3 universal civilizations have released my authority and allowed me to exchange ultimate knowledges for others. However, there's a limit to the number. Pick one you want, and I'll get it for you." "So good." Ames blinked. "Let me guess. You're not giving this to me, and you're going to teach this knowledge to other Espers, such as Hela and the others, right?" "That's right." Han Shao nodded. "This is more like you." Ames's lips curled up slightly. She looked at the screen and tapped on one of the options. Han Shao glanced at it. "This doesn't seem to be the most suitable for you." Didn't you say that there's a limit to the number of knowledges that can be exchanged? I don't care. It's fine as long as it's suitable for Hela and Aurora. Ames smiled gently. You're too considerate of her. Han Xiao was helpless. They're my only students, just like my children. Who else can I be considerate of other than them? Ames punched Han Xiao's chest and said, Hurry up and tell me a story. I want to hear it. Han Xiao raised his head and drank the wine to moisten his throat. He then picked up the crystal-clear blue fruit on the table and threw it into his mouth to chew. While eating, he recounted his experience in the ancient Star Desert in detail. After telling the story for half a day, Ames was finally satisfied and let Han Xiao go. They agreed to continue the next day. Han Xiao left the palace and planned to look for Aesop. However, he did not expect Aesop to go to the army's stronghold and come looking for him. After returning to the stronghold, Han Xiao immediately saw Aesop sitting in the hall with Harrison and the others accompanying him. Old man, I was just about to look for you. Did you foresee it again, so you came looking for me first? Han Xiao sat down opposite Aesop and joked. Stop fooling around. I'm here to talk business with you today. Aesop put down the cup in his hand and said with a serious tone, How rare. Han Xiao was a little curious. What do you want to talk to me about? My passive foresight has been triggered very frequently recently. I think it's better to inform you about some things. Aesop raised his finger and said in a deep voice, First, the first thing. First, I saw a special existence descend on Blue Star, and I saw his appearance clearly. Since you know what he looks like, why don't you tell Bennett and ask him to send someone to compare the global surveillance and find this person? That's the problem. Aesop frowned. I've searched the entire Blue Star, and there are no records of this person in all the surveillance cameras. There are no eyewitness reports. It's like this person doesn't exist at all. Is your prophecy wrong? No. This prophecy has never had such a strong foresight. I can't tell why, but I'm sure this prophecy is reliable. Then, what else is special about this person that you saw? Hearing this, Aesop glanced at Han Xiao. In my prophecy, you seem to have interacted with him a long time ago. P.S. Recommended book Titan and the Dragon King by Rue Schwefingen. P.S. 2. The moderator has set up an event in the book review section. After the event, 20 lucky viewers will be randomly selected to be given the exclusive title, Armor Leather. If you're interested, please take a look. Chapter 1135. Interacted with him before? Let me see what he looks like. Han Xiao was curious. Aesop took out his communicator, operated it, and brought up a 3D image of a person. This was a pale man who looked like a Blue Star Caucasian. Han Xiao sized him up for a long time and felt that he was very unfamiliar. There was no such person in his memory. Strange. I've never seen this person before, Han Xiao said. Anyway, I'll get someone to look for him on Blue Star. Since he was able to be predicted by Aesop, this person was definitely involved in something important. He did not know if it was good or bad for him to descend on Blue Star. After all, Blue Star was his mother planet in name, so he still had to be concerned about its safety. You said that this was the first thing. What's the second thing? I foresaw the reappearance of history. Aesop frowned, looking a little confused. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. You mean, in my foresight, many historical figures who had died long ago descended to the world again. I even saw the figure of the primordial ones. Could it be about the Holy Covenant reviving beyond grade as? This meant that old man Aesop also vaguely foresaw this future. Then, the cause of the prophecy should be the deal between him and Oathkeeper. You don't seem surprised by this prophecy. Aesop was confused. I have some understanding of this matter. Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked, By the way, do you know any information? He briefly asked about the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, the Sanctums, and so on, hoping that Aesop, who had traveled extensively, would know some information that ordinary people did not. Unfortunately, Aesop shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of these things. However, when he mentioned Oathkeeper, he seemed to have thought of something. The high-dimensional psychic projection ability that ignores distance is not common. It sounds simple, but the requirements are actually very strict. Psychics and most psychic Esper abilities cannot do it. If it's not his own Esper ability, then it's a bit like a legendary primal Esper ability entity, Soul Flame. As soon as he heard the words primal Esper ability, Han Shao knew that it was reliable and quickly asked, "Do you know anything else?" Soul Flame is one of the super high-risk Esper abilities. There have been no sightings of it for many years. Oh, you probably know this basic information, so I won't repeat it. I'll tell you something you don't know. When I was young, I seemed to have a premonition. That premonition warned me that if I did something, a person who used Soul Flame would suddenly appear and try to control me, forcing me to help him find something. So, I followed my foresight and avoided disaster, avoiding this line of fate. This guy might be the Oath Keeper you mentioned. This is my only interaction with him. After talking for a while, Han Shao realized that this was all Aesop knew about Oath Keeper, so he could only give up. He made a mental note of the name Soul Flame and planned to ask the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy and the Holy Light Particle. They were both members of the Primal Esper ability family, so they should know more. Moreover, Primal Esper ability entities had a long lifespan. If he knew who had the last time Soul Flame fell into, he might be able to get more information about the Holy Covenant organization. Since you know about this, I won't emphasize it. Aesop raised a third finger and said seriously, "There's one last prophecy. I foresee that a universe-level disaster is brewing in a place we can't see." You're not talking about the intelligent plague, are you? Then your prophecy has probably expired. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Aesop said angrily. I see wormholes that span tens of millions of miles open in the void, and fleets swarm out. A galactic war no less intense than the exploration era will break out. No one will be able to stay out of it. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. It sounded like the invasion of the World Tree Civilization. Prophecies would not appear out of nowhere. There had to be some kind of trigger or change. Now that Aesop had predicted this future, it meant that there was some progress in the World Tree Civilization's plot. The first thing Han Shao thought of was the wormhole coordinates back then. It was very difficult to locate a wormhole that had accidentally opened in an unexplored universe without a frame of reference. The workload was huge, and it required a lot of manpower and resources to calculate, deconstruct the coordinates, and deduce the model. Even the slightest error in the data would be magnified hundreds of millions of times in reality. It required absolute precision. His progress was limited. Could it be that the dynasty had made some progress? It seems like I have to find some time to ask around. Back then, when ES God accidentally obtained the wormhole coordinates, I knew that the World Tree Civilization storyline would definitely change. Han Shao shook his head and felt that it was indeed the case. At this moment, Aesop stood up, patted his waist, and said casually, "I've delivered the prophecy to you. I'll leave the details to you. I'll inform you if there are any new prophecies." He had specially told Han Shao these prophecies and did not reveal them to Ames. That was because it was useless for Ames to know and would only treat it as a story. Only Black Star would take action. It was much more reliable. Han Shao was about to send him off, but Aesop waved his hand and rejected him. However, when he reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and thought of something. "By the way, there's something I have to tell you. While I was waiting for you, I casually helped your subordinate predict something. This lad named Harrison has quite a future. His destiny line is very thick, and it has already deviated from its original trajectory due to the disturbance." With that, Aesop opened the door and left. Han Shao turned to look at the confused Harrison and was not surprised. Harrison had been poached by him, so of course his destiny line had changed. The World Tree Civilization's war might break out earlier, and it was not certain if he would still sacrifice himself like in his previous life. Han Shao sorted out the 3 prophecies. Although they were all rather vague, Aesop had indirectly provided him with a lot of key information, and he had more clues. The best thing to deal with now was the prophecy to find someone. Han Shao threw the image of the target to Philip and asked him to compare it to the surveillance of the entire planet. He then gathered the people of the Black Star core station in the Blue Star stronghold and spread out to search the entire planet. With his influence on planet Aquamarine, even if it was a cockroach, he would be able to find it, let alone a human. My name is Rhodey Anchor, and I'm 48 years old this year. I'm a citizen of Frost Forest City, Red Maple Province, Blue Star. I live in Zybra neighborhood, Chengwang Street, Block B, Room 1511. My ID is 77054591A62H, and I work in the Philo Corporation branch 3 streets away. I'm the deputy manager of the operations department. My parents were survivors of the old era, and they died in a riot caused by the mutation disaster. At that time, I was still an ignorant child. The disaster caused a large-scale exodus of the city's residents, and the shops on the streets were robbed clean. Charred skeletons of abandoned cars could be seen everywhere on streets. I lived in such a desolate city for a few weeks before I was luckily found by the rescue team of the Black Star Corps. I was then brought to the sanctuary to live. After that, His Excellency Black Star resolved the mutation disaster, and I was sent to Public Orphanage number 87. After 6 years of counseling by teacher Melissa, I finally walked out of the psychological shadow of my childhood and got rid of my social phobia, depression, and other symptoms. After that, life seemed to have sped up. Going to school, graduating, entering society, participating in the reconstruction of Blue Star, constantly changing jobs, moving around, having one girlfriend after another, experiencing 2 failed marriages. Life flashed by like a white steed, and the rapid development of the times affected the life of every laborer. Like everyone else in my generation, I bravely moved forward and contributed to the new era. I worked hard, and I personally witnessed the rapid development of Blue Star after it connected with the galaxy. However, as I grew older, my ambition for my career became weaker and weaker. Instead, I missed my parents more and more. 5 years ago, I resigned from my job in a large enterprise in Black Star City and returned to my parents' hometown, Frost Forest City. The reconstruction of my hometown had already been completed, and I bought a property in this city. I found a new job and chose to settle down here. The new job was very leisurely, and there was not as intense a competitive environment as the capital. Life here was as simple as drinking water, and the people I saw every day were the same people. As I grew older, I liked a slow life, and I quickly adapted to and fell in love with this kind of daily peace. Galaxy calendar year 731, July 16th, I still remember that it was a bright and sunny morning. I woke up very early, washed up as usual, and prepared to take out last night's leftover dinner from the fridge and heat it up for breakfast as usual. But when I was washing up, I suddenly realized that I could not see my reflection in the mirror. A huge panic gripped my heart, and I did not know what had happened. I curled up in the corner of the bathroom and looked around uneasily, as though some monster would jump out at any moment. I trembled like this for more than a minute before I mustered up the courage to run out of the bathroom. I did not even dare to wear my shoes as I hurriedly grabbed my keys and rushed out of the house. I pressed the elevator button like a madman. The apartment I lived in was an apartment with a total of 33 floors and 4 elevators. Every time was rush hour, the elevator would always go up to the highest floor and then slowly descend. It would stop at almost every floor. Usually, I would watch the morning news while waiting for the elevator, but now the waiting time felt like years. I was so anxious that I wanted to break open the elevator door and pull the cable inside to pull the elevator down. The elevator finally reached the 15th floor where I was. When the elevator door opened, it was almost full of people. Occasionally, when there was an overload situation like this, I would politely greet the neighbors inside and then obediently wait for the next elevator. But now I did not care so much. I grabbed the elevator door and shouted at them, telling them what had just happened. However, I soon realized that no one was looking at me and no one heard me. It was as though in their eyes, I did not exist. Just when I was in panic and fear, the people inside found that the elevator door could not be closed. They pressed the button to close the door in puzzlement. There was even someone who wanted to hit the elevator door, and it just happened to land on my arm. What happened next made me even more frightened. This person's hand easily passed through my arm as if I was just an illusion. Before my brain could react, my vision suddenly trembled like water ripples, and I hallucinated. A woman in the elevator did not hold the communication device in her hand, and it fell to the ground. At this moment, my body suddenly exploded with intense pain. I could not control my body and fell to the ground, twitching. My vision quickly blurred, and a strong sense of sleepiness rushed to my brain. The moment before I fainted, I vaguely saw a communication device that was exactly the same as the one in the hallucination between the legs of many pairs of legs. It fell to the ground in the elevator. In the next second, I fainted. When I woke up again, the sky was already dark. I was still lying in front of the elevator door, and a sense of weakness ran through my body. Doubting that feeling was as though I had not eaten for 2 days and had stayed up 2 nights at the same time. The intense hunger seemed to have chased away my fear. I moved back home step by step and almost finished all the food in the fridge. Only then did I regain my strength. During that time, I tried to use the metal cutlery and the camera to reflect my figure, but they all failed. After that, I forced myself to calm down and conducted many tests. I realized that I did not exist in the eyes of anyone, and I was unable to touch anyone. However, I seemed to be able to affect some substances that did not come into contact with living beings. Thus, I tried driving, stealing, causing accidents, and so on. Most of the actions that could affect others were interrupted by sudden fainting. However, many of my attempts at stealing succeeded, and no one noticed. Fortunately, I was able to survive until now. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago. The hallucinations that caused me to faint appeared frequently. I realized that I seemed to be able to foresee the future, but I was unable to activate or deactivate it. The moment I activated it, I would faint and feel weak. I guessed that this ability was exhausting my physical strength. I thought of the mutation disaster in the past. A terrifying mutation must have happened to my body. I lived in this state for 2 to 3 months. At first, I was very scared, then I felt happy for a period of time. However, after that, it turned into confusion and emptiness. I was unable to interact with people in reality, so I tried to communicate with people online. However, I realized that no matter what form I used to leave a message, it seemed to be ignored by others. I sent messages to my friends, but I never received a reply. Even the company did not call me to ask why I did not go to work. It was as if they had all agreed that I had disappeared from the face of the earth. I did not understand why. Thus, I wrote this diary. If anyone sees my diary, I hope that you can come and help me. My address is Frost Forest City, Red Maple Province, Morning Light Street, West Brown Neighborhood, Block B, Room 1511. I will wait for you at home. Blue Star's first public announcement channel. Post help. I have disappeared. Post views. 0. A day later, on Floating Dragon Island, there is no such person. Han Shao received the search report from Philip and the many army members. He could not help but raise his brows. Master Hum, not only did we not find anything in the surveillance footage, we also screened the household registration files of the Aquamarine Federation and compared the ID photos of all the citizens. There is no match, Hum. On the other side, the army warrior who was in charge of the search also explained, we used all kinds of life detection devices to scan the entire planet, even the wild, but we still couldn't find the target. Is this person really on planet Aquamarine? Han Shao knocked on the table and turned to look at Harrison. What do you think? Me? Harrison pointed at himself with surprise, hesitated for a moment, and said, why don't we just release some missing person notice? All right. Han Shao nodded. He was originally unsure of the background of this person in Aesop's prophecy, so he did not want to alert the enemy. However, since he could not find the person now, there was no harm in trying to release a missing person notice. Anyway, he was here, so he was not afraid of anyone causing trouble. He wanted to see what kind of relationship he had with this stranger. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.